Chapter 465. As the lord of the celestial court, the Jade Emperor had the dignity of an emperor in front of everyone. This also made the Daluo Jingxian look at him and feel that the Jade Emperor today was not as weak as before. Looking at the Jade Emperor's expressionless face, Emperor Ziwei sneered. He did not have a conflict with the Jade Emperor at the Feast of Immortality. After all, the Feast of Immortality was a grand event of the three realms. Moreover, the Buddhist sect and the Chan sect had participated in the battle of the Celestial Court. At this moment, the 12 ancient golden immortals and the Western Buddhas were also in the Jade Pool. It was impossible for him to cause trouble even if he wanted to. Ziwei could afford to offend the Jade Emperor, but the Chan sect and the Western Buddhism were too powerful. Even if his master was the great immortal Jin Yuan, Ziwei did not want to use the name of the great immortal Jin Yuan to intimidate others. This would also make him a joke. The confrontation disappeared invisibly, and the Feast of Immortality continued. As the leader of the female immortals and the lord of the Jade Pool, the Queen Mother of the West naturally had to propose a toast. After a bunch of high-sounding sentiments, the originally quiet Feast of Peaches gradually became lively, whoosh. Suddenly, just as the immortals of the Jade Pool were drinking, hundreds of immortal lights crossed the sky and suddenly stunned the immortals of the Jade Pool. They all looked at the person who came. Zhao Gongming. Why is he here? Wait. Wait. Is that the goddess of golden spirit? Waves of exclamations came from the immortals. The immortals of the Jia sect entered the Jade Pool. Other than Zhao Gongming, there was also a graceful and noble woman walking towards the Jade Pool. The goddess of golden spirit was one of the 4 disciples of the Tong Tian. In the battle of the gods, she fought against several Daluo Jingxian of the Chan sect. She was an ancient great divine power. However, after the great God-sealing tribulation, it was said that the goddess of golden spirit had already died in the tribulation. Unexpectedly, she was still alive in the world and even came to the Feast of Immortality with the immortals of the Jia sect. Buzz! The Daluo immortal light swayed, and ripples spread out in the void. The 12 ancient golden immortals, who were originally sitting peacefully, frowned. They looked at the goddess of golden spirit with a solemn expression. The 12 ancient golden immortals. Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, Taizhenren, Huanglongzhenren, Manjushri, Samantabhadra. Manjushri and Samantabhadra were previously one of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school. After the great God conferment tribulation, they had entered Western Buddhism. However, they were also one of the 12 golden immortals. They had even fought the goddess of golden spirit, but they were no match for that person. Today, the goddess of golden spirit suddenly arrived at the celestial court. Even the Jade Emperor frowned, and a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He was afraid that the 2 orthodoxies would clash during the Feast of Peaches. So it's the goddess of golden spirit, the celestial court. Please take a seat, goddess. The Jade Emperor spoke gently. An immortal official had already moved a jade table and meditation cushion over. He also made the goddess of golden spirit bow to the Jade Emperor as a Taoist. It could be considered as greeting the Jade Emperor, the lord of the celestial court. However, what surprised the immortals of the Jade Lake was that the goddess of golden spirit did not move or say anything after taking her seat. She even narrowed her eyes and entered a state of meditation. This also caused all kinds of thoughts to arise in everyone's minds. One had to know that the goddess of golden spirit was the 2nd disciple of Tong Tian, and her cultivation level was the 2nd watershed of the zenith heaven realm. The goddess of golden spirit had never appeared in the previous Feast of Peaches. Why did she come to the celestial court this time? This question arose in everyone's hearts. Unfortunately, the goddess of golden spirit naturally would not reveal her intentions. Your Majesty, all the immortals have arrived. Shall we present the immortal peaches for the immortals to taste? Venus Taibai stepped out. Her voice sounded in the Jade Lake, which also made the immortals excited. They no longer thought about the reason for the goddess of golden spirit's appearance. Yes. The Jade Emperor nodded slowly. It was also when he spoke that many immortals walked out from all directions. Each of them was holding a jade plate in their hands. One by one, the immortal peaches with bright spiritual light were placed in front of the immortals. The immortal chi was rich, and the peach fragrance assailed their nostrils. When tens of thousands of immortal peaches were presented in the jade lake, the immortals' faces immediately flushed. Clearly, this kind of spiritual item of heaven and earth made them salivate. Everyone, please taste the immortal peaches with me. The Jade Emperor smiled slightly. He first picked up the 9,000-year-old immortal peach in front of him and gently took a bite. A ray of light erupted from the 9,000-year-old immortal peach. Even though the Jade Emperor was the lord of the three realms, when he ate the first immortal peach, there was a hint of intoxication on his face. The immortals of the Jade Lake could not wait any longer. Seeing that the Jade Emperor had already tasted the immortal peaches, the other immortals pretended to be pretentious, but still hurriedly swallowed the immortal peaches in front of them. How could they be in the mood to taste the immortal peaches? The fragrance of the immortal peaches filled the sky and the earth. Auspicious chi and rays of light spewed out endlessly. Faintly, the sound of the immortals' comfortable voices could be heard. Clearly, this kind of spiritual item of heaven and earth was too powerful. When they ate it, their cultivation level rapidly increased. At the end of the Jade Lake, a 3,000-year-old immortal peach was placed in front of Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not eat it. Instead, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother in the central seats. Whoosh! Delicious, unparalleled delicacy. The pine tree Taoist's face was flushed. Immortal light surged around him. He had already swallowed the immortal peach in front of him in 2 mouthfuls. At this moment, he was moaning in pleasure. When the pine tree Taoist came back to his senses, he suddenly saw that Yi Xian had not eaten the immortal peach. This made him slightly stunned. He said, "Qinghua, this immortal peach has just been picked. Now is the best time to eat it. If you wait too long, the spiritual qi will dissipate. What are you waiting for?" Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't respond to Taoist Qin Song's words. However, what Yi Xian did next caused Taoist Qin Song to be completely stunned on the spot. His entire body became deathly silent, and even the teeth in his mouth slightly trembled. Yi Xian picked up the immortal peach in front of him but did not put it into his mouth. Instead, he casually threw it towards the center of the jade pool. Pa! The 3,000-year-old immortal peach fell heavily in the center of the jade pool. The originally resplendent peach was instantly reduced to minced meat. The entire jade pool banquet suddenly became deathly silent. Silence. Silence. Deathly silence. When this scene appeared in front of the immortals, everyone was stunned. Even the Daluo Jingxian, who was tasting the 9,000-year-old peach, froze, let alone the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. The banquet of peaches had been held dozens of times. There had never been anyone who dared to damage a peach or even throw it on the ground like trash. Not only did this damage the immortal peach, but it was also a blatant slap to the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's face. Moreover, he did not take the immortal's presence seriously at all. This was a capital offense. The criminal was monstrous and could not be forgiven. No matter who did this, their soul would be destroyed and they would never be reincarnated. How dare you? Who dares to damage the immortal peach? An immortal official jumped out. His voice was extremely cold as he looked in Yi Xian's direction. Chapter 466. Lunatic, you're a lunatic. At the end of the Jade Lake, the Pine Taoist's face was pale as he roared at Yi Xian. The other immortals also looked at Yi Xian, but they all looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. How can a mere 3,000-year-old peach of immortality be fit for me to eat? Yi Xian stood up calmly and walked towards the center of the Jade Lake under the horrified gaze of the Pine Taoist. He did not care about any of the immortals. Thump. Thump. Thump, like the beating of a war drum or the rolling of the vast sea of stars, Yi Xian walked forward slowly. With every step he took, the entire Jade Lake rumbled and shook. There was no doubt about his terrifying power. The Jade Emperor's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at Yi Xian. His Dharma eyes pierced through the void, trying to see through Yi Xian's true form. It was not just the Jade Emperor. Daluo Jingxian was also staring at Yi Xian. They used all sorts of heavenly eyes to see who Yi Xian really was. Clearly, Qinghua Daoist was only a grand unity immortal. How could he have the guts to do such a thing? Someone must have taken on Qinghua Daoist's appearance to be able to do such a daring thing. Unfortunately, whether it was the Jade Emperor or the other grand heavenly immortals, no one could see through Yi Xian's true form. This made them feel suffocated as a look of surprise flashed across their eyes. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have frozen. 10,000 years in a single glance. The entire Jade Lake became deathly silent. Only the Jade Emperor slowly stood up. His cold eyes gradually regained their calmness as he looked at Yi Xian. There was a muffled sound in the void, and the immortal light exploded. When Yi Xian and the Jade Emperor's gazes met in the void, the wind and clouds in the world changed. The Jade Lake rumbled, and the void in all directions was annihilated and reassembled. The three realms are vast and boundless. Other than that monkey demon from back then, the only other person who would dare to do such a disgraceful thing in the Feast of Peaches is the East Pole Emperor, who has disappeared for 3,000 years. Am I right? Yi Xian. Rumble. The immortal light of the great all-embracing heaven covered the sky and the earth. The heavenly Tao's draconic aura rose around the Jade Emperor, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. It also made his majestic and calm voice echo in the jade pool. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. As if there was a chain effect, the immortals present gasped in shock when the Jade Emperor's voice fell. The Grand Luo from all sides stood up abruptly and focused their gazes on Yi Xian. Impossible, right? Wasn't the East Pole Emperor killed by the Maitreya Buddha 3,000 years ago? Bullshit. Those are all rumors. The East Pole Emperor didn't die back then, or why would Spirit Mountain and the Celestial Court keep putting him on the wanted list? The immortals discussed fervently, but everyone looked at Yi Xian with a hint of surprise. They didn't know if the Green Flame Taoist was Yi Xian in disguise. Ha! Yi Xian suddenly smiled, and his gaze towards the Jade Emperor changed to one of admiration. I have to say, you're still the one who understands me the most, Jade Emperor. Rumble. A wisp of immortal light of the great all-embracing heaven bloomed around Yi Xian, and the world gradually darkened. Billions of lightning flashed in the endless clouds, and when the immortal light of the great all-embracing heaven dissipated, Yi Xian's original appearance was revealed. It really is you. When Yi Xian's face came into view, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. A hint of seriousness flashed across his eyes, and an uncontrollable killing intent flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the Jade Emperor wasn't sure of his guess, but now that Yi Xian revealed his true appearance, he was finally sure. However, what made the Jade Emperor feel the most was that Yi Xian was clearly in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. When he thought of Yi Xian's terrifying combat strength, even the Jade Emperor felt a faint sense of pressure. If the Jade Emperor remembered correctly, Yi Xian was only in the realm of Taiyi 6,000 years ago, but now, he had stepped into the realm of Daluo Jingxian. This was simply unimaginable. A worthy younger brother, is it really you? Emperor Ziwei's face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with great surprise. He never thought that Yi Xian would appear in front of him and step into the realm of Daluo. Elder brother. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Bang! Suddenly, A loud bang was heard. The 12 ancient golden immortals slammed the table and stood up. They didn't give Yi Xian and Emperor Ziwei any time to catch up. All of them looked at Yi Xian with gloomy faces. Yi Xian, you killed my senior brother Yu Ding and junior brother Ci Hang. Today, I'll definitely make sure you can't leave. Perfected Huang Long was one of the 12 ancient golden immortals. His cultivation was at the second heaven of Daluo. Ever since Yi Xian killed perfected Yu Ding and Guanyin of the South Sea, the Chan school could be said to be searching for Yi Xian everywhere to avenge perfected Yu Ding. Amitabha. Chanting sutras and chanting filled the sky. The Western Maitreya Buddha slowly stood up. A Buddhist light bloomed behind him. As a peak figure of the second Daluo realm, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence among the many Daluo Jingxian. Eastern Emperor, you killed Guanyin. Please give Spirited Mountain an explanation. As the Maitreya Buddha's voice fell, the Western Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all stood up and chanted merciful Buddhist mantras. They faintly trapped Yi Xian in the center of the Jade Lake, clearly preventing Yi Xian from escaping. Spirited Mountain of the West and the Chan School. When the two great orthodoxies attacked Yi Xian together, the other Daluo Jingxian looked at Yi Xian with pity. Not to mention the 12 ancient golden immortals, each and every one of them was a Daoist expert. Even the Maitreya from the Western Spirit Mountain could kill Yi Xian by himself. Not to mention, the people from the Spirit Mountain weren't just Maitreya, there were also many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. With more than 20 Daluo Jingxian present, Yi Xian's only fate was death. Whether it was the Yama kings of the 10 palaces or the experts of the Earth Immortal world, they coldly watched from the sidelines, showing no intention of interfering. Putting aside the fact that they had no friendship with Yi Xian, even if they were best friends with Yi Xian and wanted to help him get through this calamity, the anger of two great orthodoxies was not something they could bear. Yi Xian, you killed my senior brother Jade Cauldron. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Daoist Master Yellow Dragon was the most impulsive of them all. His origin immortal art exploded out, causing the surrounding space to rumble. An extremely terrifying origin immortal sword condensed and shot toward Yi Xian without wasting any words. A worthy younger brother, hurry in retreat. Emperor Ziwei grimaced. He wasn't afraid that Yi Xian would die at Yellow Dragon's hands, but with more than 20 Daluo Jingxian present, there was simply no way to deal with this situation. He was also hinting at Yi Xian to hurry and flee. Alas, Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to Emperor Ziwei's kind warning, and he didn't even try to dodge Yellow Dragon's origin immortal art. On the contrary, he looked at Yellow Dragon with a mocking gaze. Chapter 467. Rumble. The origin immortal sword tore through the void, severing the celestial river with a single strike, obliterating all things with a single strike. Terrifying laws of the world rippled through the jade pool, and its murderous aura locked onto Yi Xian. Clang! It was as if metal had collided, as if a divine mountain had fallen to the world. Under the shocked gazes of the immortals, Daoist Master Huang Long stabbed his sword into the center of Yi Xian's brows. However, the following scene completely stunned the immortals on the spot, and even caused the golden immortals to fall silent. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and 3,000 strands of black hair hung behind his head. He indifferently and emotionlessly looked at spiritual master Yellow Dragon in front of him. The origin immortal sword that pierced between his eyebrows was shattering inch by inch. How could this be? Yellow Dragon shrieked in horror, not daring to believe his eyes. One must know that his sword had been infused with all his cultivation and the laws of the world. Not even those of the same level would dare to take it head-on, but Yi Xian was completely unscathed, and he had not even used an immortal art. This was simply unimaginable. Is this all that the 12 golden immortals of the ancient era have? Yi Xian's voice was very pleasant to hear, and it didn't contain the slightest bit of killing intent. He only slowly raised his hand and grabbed towards Huang Long's neck under his horrified gaze. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, spiritual master Huang Long was terrified to the extreme. He wanted to escape from Yi Xian's side, but an extremely strange scene appeared at this moment. Bzzz. Time and space were thrown into disarray as the universe seemed to turn upside down. Yellow Dragon realized in horror that he couldn't even move a finger, and the most frightening thing was that his cultivation had been suppressed, making it impossible for him to use even a sliver of his origin immortal art. Suppressing the world and being invincible, this was Yi Xian's art in Tao, a technique unique to him after entering the Tao verification hall. He suppressed Yellow Dragon on the spot. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Under spiritual master Huang Long's horrified gaze, Yi Xian's palm had already grabbed his neck, and he even lifted spiritual master Huang Long into the air under the stunned gazes of the various great Luo immortals. TSK. Yi Xian's lips curled into a strange smile as he murmured, "You're really weak, aren't you? You. Yellow Dragon's face was ghastly pale, and he was so terrified that he could not speak. Die. Suddenly, Yi Xian's smile disappeared, and his expression turned gloomy. His 5 fingers exploded with a terrifying force, causing spiritual master Huang Long's neck to twist irregularly, and an extremely terrifying sound of breaking could be heard from his throat. Crack. No. A crisp sound came from the throat. Before anyone could react, Yi Xian actually twisted spiritual master Yellow Dragon's neck and took off his head under the horrified gazes of the immortals. Poof! His head was separated from his body as immortal blood sprayed everywhere. The dazzling blood stained the eyes of every single immortal present as Yellow Dragon's dying wail rang in their ears. Save me! When his body was attacked, perfected Yellow Dragon's essence soul shot out. He even let out a shrill cry for help. This also woke the 12 ancient golden immortals up. Stop! Rumble! Taizhenren was the strongest of them all. He was at the 4th heaven of Grand Luo and had already stepped into the 2nd divide. While he could not compare to the Jade Emperor and the Maitreya Buddha, he was not someone anyone below the 3rd heaven of Grand Luo could compare to. When he discovered that spiritual master Yellow Dragon had died miserably at Yi Xian's hands, it caused him to attack in anger. The great Luo immortal light that blotted out the sky transformed into a giant palm that covered the sky and violently descended towards Yi Xian. It wasn't just Taoist master Tai Yi, Qi Jingzi, Guang Qingzi, and even the 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, attacked Yi Xian together. All sorts of spirit treasures and zenith immortal techniques burst out at this moment, wanting to save Taoist master Huang Long's primordial spirit. Yi Xian sneered. None of you can hold back the people I want to kill. Rumble. A fist of light shattered the world, shattering the past and present. Yi Xian's fist radiated a might that could sweep through the world. His Grand Luo immortal body glowed, his Grand Luo immortal spirit hummed, and his dazzling Grand Luo immortal light was so blinding that no one could open their eyes. Bang! 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 The void in the heavens exploded and the laws of heaven and earth collapsed. When the immortals opened their eyes, the scene that greeted them caused them to be horrified and speechless. Their bodies could not stop trembling. What had they seen? The Jade Lake sacred ground had been reduced to nothingness, and the pavilions had been reduced to ashes. Even the clouds in the sky had turned into rain, but this was not the reason for their horror. Taizhenren was a terrifying existence at the 4th level of Grand Luo, a transcendent figure. At this moment, his body was cracking like a spiderweb and he was vomiting blood. Half of Guangchengzi's body had caved in, and he was bathed in blood. Half of Qijingzi's head had been blasted away. The Grand Luo Immortal and Samantabhadra's Buddhist light had been shattered, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. One strike, just one strike, Yi Xian had heavily injured several Daluo Jingxian. This was an unbelievable sight that no one wanted to believe. Bang! Yi Xian unleashed his terrifying strength, turning Yellow Dragon's corpse into a bloody mist. His essence spirit was captured in Yi Xian's hand, and a strange and sinister smile appeared on his face. Spare! Spare! Spare me! Adept Yellow Dragon's primordial spirit was shivering in a daze as he prayed to Yi Xian. This was because he'd finally discovered that the Eastern Emperor was no longer the weak person he used to be. His battle prowess was terrifying to an unimaginable extent. Even though Daoist Tai Yi had joined hands to save him, he was still heavily injured by Yi Xian's punch. No one wanted to die, and Yellow Dragon was no exception. Moreover, he had lived for countless years and was already a Daluo Jingxian. If he were to die in Yi Xian's hands today, he would not die in peace. Spare you? Yi Xian laughed strangely and said, if I were to spare you just because you said so, wouldn't I lose face? Crack! Under the horrified gazes of the immortals, Yi Xian's fingers glowed and crushed Yellow Dragon's essence spirit. Ah! Yi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. At the last moment before his essence spirit dissipated, Yellow Dragon screamed miserably. His vicious curses came from the void, causing the immortals present to fall silent. Unfortunately, if curses were useful, Yi Xian would have died no less than 10 million times. Now that he had killed Yellow Dragon, Yi Xian's heart did not waver in the slightest. Everything was silent, and the world was silent. When spiritual master Huang Long's soul dissipated and the 12 ancient golden immortals were heavily injured by Yi Xian, regardless of whether it was the low-level immortals or the various great golden immortals, they all looked at Yi Xian with expressions of extreme fear. Terrifying, too terrifying. No one expected that Yi Xian, who had disappeared for 3,000 years, would reappear not only as a Daluo Jingxian, but also with such terrifying combat strength. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's face was ashen. He clenched his fists, and his nails dug into his palms. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear. The Jade Emperor asked himself, if he was in Yi Xian's place, although he could also kill Yellow Dragon, it would definitely not be so easy. Not to mention, Yi Xian had only thrown a punch and forced several Daluo Jingxian to retreat, and even severely injured them. At this moment, the Jade Emperor finally understood one thing. Since Yi Xian dared to openly appear at the Feast of Peaches, it was obvious that Yi Xian was no longer afraid of him. Today was probably the day when the two of them would fight to the death. Not only did the Jade Emperor understand, the other Daluo Jingxian also instantly thought of this point. This also caused everyone's expression to change, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere grew in the world. Fear, terror, and an indescribable fear. These were the feelings that Yi Xian brought to them. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and his black hair hung behind his head. When the wind blew, his hair also fluttered in the wind. He walked in the sky without any ripples. Under the horrified gazes of the immortals, Yi Xian finally arrived in front of the Celestial Emperor's throne. He slowly sat down in front of the Celestial Emperor's throne. Silence, silence, extreme silence. When Yi Xian sat on the Celestial Emperor's throne, the immortals gasped. They looked at Yi Xian with strange and shocked expressions. What is he trying to do? Yi Xian is sitting on the Celestial Emperor's throne. Is he trying to? Crazy, definitely crazy. Although the East Pole Emperor's battle strength is unparalleled, the Jade Emperor is the master of the three realms, and was personally conferred the title by Dao ancestor Hongjun. How dare he do this? After the silence, all sorts of discussions broke out. The immortals present were pale. They didn't know why Yi Xian dared to do such a disgraceful thing. They couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. One had to know that although there weren't many Daluo Jingxian in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, they were definitely not in the minority. If the person with the highest cultivation could sit on the Celestial Emperor's throne, then the Jade Emperor wouldn't even be ranked, let alone be in charge of the three realms. The Jade Emperor was in charge of the three realms because of Tao ancestor Hongjuan's decree. This was the reason why the Jade Emperor could become the master of the three realms. How dare you, Yi Xian? What are you trying to do? The Queen Mother of the West scolded loudly. Her graceful and noble aura turned cold. She glared at Yi Xian. The celestial emperors take turns to sit on the throne. Today, it's my turn. Since the Jade Emperor is immoral and useless, why don't I, Yi Xian, sit on the celestial emperor's throne? Does anyone have any objections? On the celestial emperor's throne, Yi Xian supported himself with his arms. Half of his body leaned forward slightly. A sinister and cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was looking down at the immortals. His voice was strange and sinister. Chapter 468. At the beginning of the world, all things were ignorant. As time passed, there were a total of 3 celestial emperors in the world. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were the 2 celestial emperors who ruled the ancient celestial court, leading billions of demons to dominate the world. Only the ancient witch tribe could stand against them. As the Great Witch Tribulation began, the ancient celestial court was destroyed, and legend had it that the 2 celestial emperors had fallen. After the ancient celestial court was destroyed, the witch and witch tribe withdrew from the stage of history, and the humans rose to power. Tao ancestor Hongjun issued a decree, and the Jade Emperor re-established the celestial court in accordance with the mandate of heaven. He was also the 3rd celestial emperor candidate. Today, Yi Xian sat on the celestial emperor throne, and even boasted in front of the various orthodoxies that he wanted to be the lord of the 3 realms. It was the biggest joke in the world, and the immortals laughed coldly. So what if the East Pole Emperor reached Grand Heavenly? So what if you, Yi Xian, defeat the combined forces of several zenith heavens? What right did he have to become the celestial emperor and the new lord of the 3 realms? All sorts of disdainful thoughts grew in every immortal's heart. It was not that they looked down on Yi Xian, but that Yi Xian did not have the ability to do so. The Jade Emperor ruled the 3 realms because the various orthodoxies were giving face to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Who did Yi Xian think he was? How dare you? The Jade Emperor was personally conferred by Tao ancestor Hongjun, and yet you dare to do such a disgraceful thing? Why don't you step down from the celestial emperor throne? Guang Qingzi rebuked loudly. How dare I? Yi Xian smiled coldly and looked at Guang Qingzi. Seems like you have a problem with me becoming the celestial emperor. Watch out! Suddenly, Tai Zhenren cried out in warning, and his body shone with Luo immortal radiance. However, before he could do anything, the scene that followed had the immortals shuddering, and their teeth were chattering. Boom! Thunderbolt struck, and the wind and clouds stirred. Yi Xian did not do anything, but the space around him was in extreme chaos. Heaven and earth hung upside down, and the sun, moon, and stars in the luminous sun hummed, and the endless sky darkened. Die! Slaughter the heavens and earth, annihilation of all things, was a simple description of Yi Xian's vicious killing intent. When he struck out with his palm, a giant Tongtian palm appeared and instantly appeared in front of Guang Qingzi, grabbing his body in its hand. The undying immortal technique, Heaven's Palm, could suppress the heavens and the earth and sweep away all the laws. Guang Qingzi was merely at the 2nd heavenly level of the golden immortal realm, so it was impossible for him to escape from Yi Xian's suppression. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out. Guang Qingzi didn't even have the time to scream before he was crushed alive by Yi Xian. As blood rained down from the sky, Guang Qingzi's primordial spirit let out a mournful scream. He wanted to escape the control of the palm of heaven. Unfortunately, if Yi Xian wanted to kill someone, no one could escape. Even Daluo Jingxian was no exception. Rumble. The palm of heaven could suppress and annihilate all living things. The natural laws that descended from the palm of heaven gave people a feeling of extreme terror between life and death. Crack. No. Senior brother, save me. As the palm of the heavens descended, Guang Qingzi's primordial spirit shattered inch by inch. He was crying out for help from Tai Yi Zhenren, but unfortunately, Yi Xian's killing technique was too terrifying. He didn't give Tai Yi Zhenren any time to react and had already obliterated Guang Qingzi's primordial spirit between heaven and earth. As his soul crumbled, specks of golden light scattered. Guang Qingzi finally died with unwillingness. He never thought that he would encounter such a calamity just because he said a few extra words. Daluo Jingxian killed Guang Qingzi as soon as he said so, and Guang Qingzi did not even have the strength to fight back. This left the other golden immortals speechless, and they looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear. They were no match for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too terrifying. The first golden immortal realm was like a child in his hands. The gap between them was unimaginable. Does anyone else have any objections? On the Celestial Emperor's throne, Yi Xian looked coldly at the Daluo Jingxian present, and the cold smile on his face grew even more sinister. Clearly, he was not just saying that for show. He truly intended to become the master of the Celestial Court. Deathly silence. This was the attitude of the Daluo Jingxian present. No one dared to refute because two Daluo Jingxian had already died tragically at Yi Xian's hands. No one wanted to be the third to be killed by Yi Xian. Once upon a time, they were golden immortals who wanted to kill Yi Xian. But today, Yi Xian had returned with a cultivation that could suppress all golden immortals. He was no longer the weakling he once was, and this made them as silent as cicadas in winter. Every one of them had a look of shame and anger on their faces. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. This made the atmosphere of the world extremely stifling. Ha! Suddenly, just as the Daluo Jingxian fell silent, the Jade Emperor, who had been silent for a long time, laughed out loud. However, his smile was slightly twisted, and his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with terrifying killing intent. Yi Xian, I have to say that your wings have finally hardened. Even if you can kill Daluo Jingxian, do you really think that you can pull me down from the throne and become the new master of the three realms? The Jade Emperor strolled towards Yi Xian. The golden immortal light soared into the sky, and strands of heavenly draconic chi circled around him. An unimaginable celestial emperor's might slowly bloomed around him. The Jade Emperor, the master of the three realms, revered by all. Although he could become the celestial emperor because of Hongjuan's decree, it did not mean that he was useless. On the contrary, the Jade Emperor's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Even among the Daluo Jingxian, he was extremely mysterious. Since he re-established the Celestial Court, very few people had seen him fight. However, those who knew him knew that the Jade Emperor was not a weakling. Instead, he had the great power of the Tongtian. In the boundless sky, they faced off in the void. When the Jade Emperor moved, all the Daluo Jingxian paid attention. They also knew that an unprecedented battle was about to erupt between the two of them. The wind howled, and the golden immortal light wreaked havoc in all directions. Yi Xian stood up from his throne. When he took a step forward, he suddenly appeared in front of the Jade Emperor. The distance between the two of them was only 100 feet. Everything was silent, and the world was silent. How long had it been? Yi Xian clearly remembered that it should have been 6,000 years. 6,000 years ago, when he first entered the Earth Immortal Realm, he entered the Celestial Court. Perhaps he and the Jade Emperor were fated enemies. Since 6,000 years ago, the two of them had been hostile to each other and wanted to kill each other. In the past, Yi Xian had been patient and scheming. He looked for all kinds of ways to increase his cultivation. Today, after 6,000 years, he finally stepped into the Golden Immortal Realm. He also had the cultivation to fight the Jade Emperor. 6,000 years of waiting was really too long. It was so long that Yi Xian already saw the Jade Emperor as a thorn in his side. Even when he was cultivating, he still wanted to kill the Jade Emperor. Today, everything would end. The Jade Emperor would die in his hands. This was Yi Xian's invincible confidence. It was also something that he had always believed in. At the same time, the Jade Emperor looked at Yi Xian. His cold eyes were slightly dazed. It could be said that he had watched Yi Xian rise in the three realms step by step. 6,000 years ago, Yi Xian had just entered the celestial court and made a great contribution by killing primordial demon. At that time, he was still a grand unity mystic immortal. In the eyes of the Jade Emperor, he was just an ant. Chapter 469. 6,000 years had passed, and Yi Xian, whom he had once viewed as an ant, had improved by leaps and bounds in his cultivation. He had gradually come to view Yi Xian as his greatest enemy. Today, 6,000 years later, Yi Xian had finally become a grand heavenly immortal, and had even come to the celestial court to usurp his position as celestial emperor. The void was silent, and all things were silent. When their gazes met, a silent smoke slowly rose. Even the world within a radius of millions of kilometers rumbled and shook. Gradually, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from their bodies. Yi Xian, to be honest, I actually admire you very much. Although I conferred you the title of East Emperor as a means of coercion, in my heart, you have the right to stand on equal footing with me. If you know your place, it's not impossible for us to become close friends, the Jade Emperor said calmly. The Jade Emperor said calmly. When his voice fell, all the golden immortals looked at each other in surprise. The two of them had already reached this point. What was the point of the Jade Emperor saying these words? Unfortunately, the various grand heavenly immortals did not know that the Jade Emperor was speaking from the bottom of his heart. This was because he really did admire Yi Xian, and he even vaguely admired Yi Xian. This was because the Jade Emperor knew that if he had been in Yi Xian's place, he would never have been able to reach where he was today no matter what. Perhaps he would have died long ago. Moreover, the two of them were about to engage in an unprecedented battle today, and only one of them could survive. As such, the Jade Emperor no longer had any pretense, so he naturally had to speak his mind. Jade Emperor, you can be considered an ambitious person. Whether it's patience or shrewdness, you're the best choice. It's a pity that you've endured both success and failure. If you had killed me without regard for anything back then, I, Yi Xian, wouldn't be standing before you today, Yi Xian said calmly. At this point, all pretense was clearly useless. Yi Xian did not need to mock the Jade Emperor, nor did he need to hide his thoughts. He was chatting with the Jade Emperor like an old friend. Ha! Suddenly, the Jade Emperor laughed aloud. He looked at Yi Xian with even more admiration. He said, Yi Xian, ever since I became the Celestial Emperor, you're probably the only person in the three realms who understands me the most. The Jade Emperor's smile disappeared when he said that. A vicious and cruel expression appeared on his face. He said, it's a pity that only one of us can survive today. Let me send you on your last journey. Ha! Yi Xian's and bounces ants. I am the Lord of the Three Realms. Today, I shall slay you and prove the might of my Celestial Emperor. I am the Lord of the Three Realms. The Jade Emperor roared loudly as the heavenly Dao Dragon Qi soared into the sky, accompanied by an extremely terrifying great Luo immortal light. As he struck out with his palm, the boundless space violently collapsed, and the earth-shaking Emperor's Dao Dragon technique smashed towards Yi Xian. Just you. Yi Xian roared coldly. He pointed his sword and thousands of Emperor's swordlights gathered in the air. A heaven-severing sword whizzed out and fell towards the Jade Emperor with the light of slaughter. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked apart, all living things were destroyed. When the two of them clashed, the 33 layers of heavenly court trembled violently. It was unknown how many immortal pavilions were turned into ashes. Yi Xian, you deserve to die. The Jade Emperor roared ferociously. The heavenly Tao dragon fist transformed into stars that filled the sky as it violently smashed towards Yi Xian. The terrifying might that shook the 33 heavens had completely overturned all of the immortals' previous thoughts of the Jade Emperor being weak. Old Jade Emperor, you're still far from enough. The Emperor's immortal body shone with boundless light. The indestructible origin spirit buzzed and trembled. The great demonic fist seemed to have pierced through the river of time. The dazzling fist light violently attacked the Jade Emperor. Bang! 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 The clouds exploded and the void collapsed. One was the Lord of the Three Realms, while the other was the most ferocious of all time. When the Jade Emperor and Yi Xian clashed, the world became extremely distorted. The immortals in the Jade Lake screamed and fled, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire and die unjustly in the aftermath of their clash. Of course, while the immortals fled, the various Grand Luo did not have any intention of leaving. All of the Grand Luo Golden Immortals watched the earth-shattering battle between the two solemnly, their eyes filled with extreme horror. There was no need to mention Yi Xian. The Grand Luo had just witnessed the terror of Yi Xian. What truly shocked them was that the Jade Emperor was able to handle Yi Xian's terrifying attacks with ease. He even unleashed a terrifying aura that had never been seen before as he fought Yi Xian to a standstill. From the sky to the celestial court, from the celestial court to the celestial court, the battle between the two had destroyed half of the celestial court. The disaster caused by the battle was simply shocking. Kill. 90,000 miles of wind, thunder, and fire reached the celestial court. The stars in the celestial court stood in great numbers, and there was even a resplendent river of stars whistling endlessly. The two fought their way into the celestial court again. As their fists and palms clashed, meteors exploded one after another. Die! The Jade Emperor was enraged. His heavenly draconic chi shook the starry skies. With a wave of his hand, several meteors were pulled toward him. The meteors that spanned millions of miles were like primordial ancient mountains, crashing down on Yi Xian with the power to destroy the world. Come! Yi Xian laughed maniacally in the face of the Jade Emperor's devastating attack. The hem of his black robes rustled as he reached out with his hand, directly imprisoning the river of stars that spanned millions of miles. The terrifying sea of stars that shook the heavens and split the earth surged with monstrous waves, crashing violently toward the Jade Emperor. Bang! The meteors exploded, and the river of stars churned. When the two destructive arts collided, the boundless starry skies shook violently, and the two figures fell toward the 33rd celestial court. Buzz! The space above the jade pool froze. The two figures stabilized and did not engage in another fierce battle. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely grave expression. This was because Yi Xian had not suffered any injuries from that terrifying attack. What made the Jade Emperor feel the most was that his opponent's body was simply unimaginably terrifying. No matter what origin immortal secret art he used, he was unable to harm Yi Xian at all. How can your body be so strong? Just what kind of secret art do you cultivate? The Jade Emperor bellowed savagely. He had already discovered the terror of Yi Xian's origin immortal body. The Jade Emperor was not the only one who had this question. Daluo Jingxian also looked at Yi Xian in shock. This was because they had never seen a person with such a powerful body. If not for the origin immortal light around Yi Xian's body, everyone would have believed that Yi Xian was an ancient shaman. Otherwise, how could his body be so terrifying? Alas, Yi Xian naturally would not answer this question. The origin immortal body was his secret, and he walked the path of becoming a saint through strength. If this secret was leaked, it would definitely bring about great trouble. Chapter 470. Yi Xian, I have to say that your current cultivation and combat prowess is already extremely heaven-defying. However, I am connected to the celestial court's fate, and I even wield the 4 dragon seals. With the heavenly dragon physique, I am an undying existence. How can you kill me? The Jade Emperor roared ferociously, looking at Yi Xian with extremely cold killing intent. 4 dragon seals, heavenly dragon physique, undying. Yi Xian sneered, looking at the Jade Emperor as if he was looking at an idiot. He said, time changes, and there are no eternal dynasties in this world, nor are there undying emperors. Even saints don't dare to say that they are undying. Do you really think you can survive today, Jade Emperor? The Jade Emperor's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Xian's words. The various Daoyuo held their breaths as their hearts trembled slightly. Indeed, it was just as Yi Xian had said. Who in the 3 realms would dare to say that they were undying? When the ancient celestial court was destroyed, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai disappeared in the long river of time. Even though the 3 pristine sages were said to be indestructible, if the way of heaven collapsed, they would also die. The Daoyuo and the world were silent. After a few dozen breaths, a chuckle came from the Jade Emperor's mouth, and a 4 dragon seal appeared in the void. Yi Xian, you're right. There is no undying person in this world. However, I am the master of the 3 realms. Even if I fall one day, it won't be at your hands. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's aura underwent an extremely terrifying change. The immortal light of the great firmament gradually blazed, and the dragon seals in all directions buzzed and vibrated. Boundless heavenly way draconic chi rose, and the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth supported the Jade Emperor. He was enveloped in unimaginable golden light. The 6th heavenly layer of Daoyuo. Whoosh! Perfected Tai exclaimed in shock, causing the other Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to watch in surprise. At that moment, the cultivation level that the Jade Emperor displayed was rising steadily. He was no longer concealing his cultivation level of the 6th firmament of the Zenith Heaven. Amitba. The Maitreya Buddha chanted, the Jade Emperor is the master of the 3 realms. He is an ancient great medium. Moreover, he has the heavenly Tao draconic chi. As long as the celestial court is not destroyed, he will not die. Yi Xian will not be able to escape today. Upon hearing the Maitreya Buddha's words, the grand heavenly immortals nodded slowly. Clearly, the Maitreya Buddha was right. The Jade Emperor himself was at the 6th heavenly immortal realm and was only a step away from the 3rd divide. With the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, even Daoyuo Jingxian, who was at the 3rd divide, could not harm him at all. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was Tong Tian, how could he be a match for the Jade Emperor in such a state? That's right. The East Pole Emperor will definitely die today. Qijingzi echoed. Unfortunately, everyone underestimated Yi Xian's battle prowess. If Yi Xian wasn't very confident, how would he dare to appear in front of the Jade Emperor? 6th heavenly immortal realm and the support of the heavenly Tao's draconic chi. Yi Xian lightly smiled. A trace of ridicule flashed through his eyes as he looked at the Jade Emperor. Come, let me see how capable you are. Contempt, naked contempt. This was Yi Xian's attitude. He did not hide it at all. Yi Xian, you little brat, you are courting death. The Jade Emperor roared coldly with the quadrangular dragon seal in his hand. The quadrangular dragon seal was releasing the heavenly Tao's draconic chi as he held it in his hand. A worthy younger brother, retreat. Emperor Ziwei's expression was solemn as she quickly reminded Yi Xian. Clearly, the Jade Emperor with the quadrangular dragon seal in his hand was not someone Yi Xian could fight against. Die! The Jade Emperor roared cruelly. He performed a supreme immortal art with both hands. The quadrangular dragon seal swelled in the wind and became 1,000,000 miles long. The heavenly Tao's draconic chi that poured out directly suppressed Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly when the heavenly Tao's draconic chi came. He felt a sense of danger in his mind. Clearly, the quadrangular dragon seal was not only the symbol of the celestial emperor, but also an extremely terrifying numinous treasure. The immortal light of the zenith heaven surged. The Jade Emperor suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian with the sword of the celestial emperor in his hand. When he slashed out, he pointed it at Yi Xian's forehead, causing spacetime to become chaotic. Yi Xian was suppressed by the quadrangular dragon seal and had to suffer the fatal blow of the Jade Emperor, who was at the sixth firmament of the zenith heaven. Even though he had cultivated the zenith heaven immortal body, it still made his mind tremble. He knew that he could not take this attack head-on. Bang bang! Yi Xian punched out and sent the quadrangular dragon seal flying. He turned around and slapped the Jade Emperor. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Taking advantage of this opening, an unfathomable aura bloomed around Yi Xian. 8 gates of life and death, immortal becomes mortal. Yi Xian coldly roared as the immortal defying formation whizzed out. Starlight filled the sky as the 8 great doors condensed in the sky. The terrifying aura that could cut off one's cultivation instantly enveloped the entire world. The immortal defying formation. The Jade Emperor grimaced. No one understood the terror of the immortal defying formation more than he did. Back then, he had suffered greatly in the hands of the immortal defying formation. Otherwise, how could he have allowed Yi Xian to escape the Celestial Court during the Battle of the Celestial Court? Rumble. The immortal defying formation used its power to nullify the heavenly Tao draconic chi of the quadrangular dragon seal. This made the Jade Emperor's face darken. But before he could react, Yi Xian stepped forward and appeared in front of him, unleashing a devastating fist of energy at the Jade Emperor. You dare! The Jade Emperor hastily countered, unleashing various origin immortal arts as the two clashed once more. Bang! 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 Yi Xian didn't hold back any longer. The combination of the immortal body and the indestructible primordial spirit allowed him to possess a cultivation and battle prowess that didn't fear the Jade Emperor. With every punch he threw, the Jade Emperor retreated in a sorry state. Too slow, too slow. Jade Emperor, you're too slow. Yi Xian savagely roared as he completely let go of himself. When he unleashed his full cultivation and power, the world began to crumble. The Jade Emperor was at the 6th heavenly layer of origin immortal realm, but Yi Xian's frenzied attacks were already showing signs of defeat. Bang! Yi Xian punched out, collapsing the Jade Emperor's chest and causing his body to crack inch by inch. Blood flowed from his mouth. Yi Xian punched out a second time. The Jade Emperor was unable to dodge at all because the laws of the world were suppressed by Yi Xian. The terrifying fist of energy continued to expand in his eyes as it ruthlessly slammed into his face. Spurt. Half of the Jade Emperor's face caved in as his teeth fell out. The crown on his head fell off as well. How could anyone see his original appearance? Such a scene simply caused the hearts of the various great golden immortals to shatter. Their gazes towards Yi Xian were filled with extreme fear. No one could understand why Yi Xian's aura was only at the first layer of the great overarching heavens, but his combat strength was actually so terrifying. Even if the Jade Emperor was at the 6th layer of the great overarching heavens, he was actually killed by him without even having the strength to retaliate. While all the golden immortals were in a state of shock, the slaughter wasn't over yet. Yi Xian seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. The wind and clouds in the sky were turbulent, and resplendent fist lights illuminated the sky. Countless fist lights smashed onto the Jade Emperor's body. Chapter 471. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but most of Yi Xian's attacks were aimed at the Jade Emperor's face. He even turned his fists into palms, making it seem like he was slapping the Jade Emperor. Humiliation, naked humiliation. Not only did Yi Xian want to kill the Jade Emperor, he also wanted to vent all the forbearance he had endured for the past 6,000 years. He had never forgotten how the Jade Emperor looked at him with disdain and mocked him in front of the fairy of Guanghan when he was weak. Yi Xian was a vengeful person. This had never changed. Anyone who offended him would be returned 1,000 times over. Bang! 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 The fist lights that filled the sky were like meteors that fell from the sky. They violently and mercilessly hammered the Jade Emperor, causing his entire body to be bathed in blood. The zenith heaven immortal light around him had already shattered. The Jade Emperor did not feel the pain of his physical body. However, Yi Xian's humiliating beating and killing simply made the Jade Emperor feel ashamed and angry. Unfortunately, even though the Jade Emperor was extremely embarrassed and angry, he did not even have the strength to fight back under Yi Xian's peerless ferocity. He could only dodge Yi Xian's peerless attacks in a sorry state. Die! Yi Xian roared ferociously. His face was filled with madness. He stepped on the Jade Emperor's chest and punched the Jade Emperor's head violently, causing the Jade Emperor to be drenched in blood. His entire body fell powerlessly. However, this was not the end. How could Yi Xian let him off so easily? Rumble. The world shook and the void collapsed. Yi Xian took a step forward. Without waiting for the Jade Emperor to fall to the ground, his feet seemed to have turned into ancient mountains. He stepped on the Jade Emperor's chest with an aura that could destroy all things, causing the two of them to fall violently. Bang! The 33 heavens violently shook, and the ground that was paved with white jade immortal crystals collapsed for tens of thousands of meters. Yi Xian's expression was sinister and terrifying as his feet fiercely stomped on the Jade Emperor's chest, causing him to lose his human form. The Jade Emperor couldn't help but spurt out blood from his mouth, dominating the world and suppressing the past and present. When this scene appeared before the immortals, they felt as if they were in a dream. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yi Xian. I'll kill you. Being stepped on by Yi Xian made the Jade Emperor extremely ashamed. He constantly mobilized the cultivation in his body, wanting to stand up and fight Yi Xian. However, his body was so heavily injured that he could not escape from Yi Xian's control. Kill me. Yi Xian looked down at the Jade Emperor under his feet. A cruel and ruthless smile appeared on his face. Under the horrified gazes of the immortals, Yi Xian slowly raised his right foot and violently stepped on the Jade Emperor's face. Come, stand up and kill me. Let me see how you're going to kill me. Bang! 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 The ground shook and blood dripped. Yi Xian roared ferociously. His face was filled with the pleasure of killing. His right foot was like an ancient mountain as he stepped on the Jade Emperor's head. Blood splattered everywhere as the Jade Emperor's embarrassed and angry voice stopped. It was all because his head had long since been trampled by Yi Xian to the point that it was no longer human. Under Yi Xian's violent trampling, even if he was at the 6th level of the All-Heaven Immortal Realm, how could he escape from Yi Xian's vicious hands? Stop! Just as Yi Xian was immersed in his sinister intoxication and enjoying the pleasure of killing the Jade Emperor, a trembling female voice sounded out. The Queen Mother of the West couldn't sit still any longer. The great Luo immortal light around her surged as the 10,000 Luo red caltrops swept towards Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian's feet glowed as he stepped on the Jade Emperor's head, directly shattering half of the Jade Emperor's body without a trace. He turned around and stretched out his palm, directly grabbing the 10,000 Luo red caltrop in his hand. Come here. As the 10,000 Luo red caltrop entered his hand, Yi Xian smiled cruelly. An extremely terrifying force acted on the 10,000 Luo red caltrop. Under Yi Xian's sudden pull, the Queen Mother of the West was instantly pulled to his side. Crack! Yi Xian was too terrifying and unbeatable. Moreover, the Queen Mother was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of Grand Immortal. How could she escape Yi Xian's imprisonment? A jade-like hand quietly grabbed the Queen Mother of the West's neck and lifted her up into the air as if she was a chick. The Queen Mother of the West let out an ear-piercing shriek. Yi Xian, stop right now. This scene caused all the Grand Immortal to cry out in shock, and it also caused them to recover from their shock. The Jade Emperor had already been defeated, and the Queen Mother was in Yi Xian's hands. If the two masters of the Celestial Court were to die in Yi Xian's hands, the Grand Immortals present would not be able to shirk their responsibility. While the various Grand Immortals did not care about the Jade Emperor's life, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were the masters of the Celestial Court and had been personally conferred the title by Tao ancestor Hongjun. They were nominally under the Jade Emperor's rule as well. If they did not help, they would definitely be punished by the saints, and that was not the outcome they wanted. East Pole Emperor, since the Jade Emperor has been defeated by you and has been heavily injured, you should stop right now. Don't take the Queen Mother's life, Tai Zhenren warned. Amitba. The Maitreya Buddha chanted and looked at Yi Xian with a slightly solemn gaze. Even if you want to become the master of the three realms, you must know that not everyone can become the master of the three realms. If you dare to kill the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother today, there will be no place for you in the three realms. A worthy younger brother, don't mess around. Emperor Ziwei said anxiously. He did not expect Yi Xian's combat strength to be so terrifying. However, if he really killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, as the Maitreya Buddha had said, Yi Xian would really have no place in the three realms. Daluo Jinxian's threats and Emperor Ziwei's anxious admonishment did not make Yi Xian respond at all. Yi Xian, it's not too late for you to stop now. Otherwise, I will definitely go to the Purple Cloud Palace and report to Tao ancestor Hongjun. He will definitely punish you for disturbing the three realms. While the Queen Mother was held captive by Yi Xian, there was no fear in her eyes. She looked at Yi Xian with a look of extreme shame and anger. She even used Tao ancestor Hongjun, the first saint of the heavenly Tao, to threaten Yi Xian. When Tao ancestor Hongjun was mentioned, all the grand heavenly immortals held their breaths. Reverence flashed across their eyes. One had to know that the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were originally Daoist children by Daoist ancestor Hongjun's side. Although their cultivation couldn't be considered high, their roots were too terrifying. If Yi Xian really killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother and provoked Daoist ancestor Hongjun to punish him, it would be unimaginably terrifying. In fact, in the eyes of the various grand heavenly immortals, Yi Xian had already done enough. He had trampled the Jade Emperor and subdued the Queen Mother. While this was a great humiliation to the two of them, as long as they did not kill them and left, Yi Xian's battle in the Celestial Court alone would allow him to establish his orthodoxy in the lower realms. He would be a supreme figure who could shake the world and be revered as an ancestor. The various orthodoxies would also turn a blind eye. They did not want to become enemies with Yi Xian, and their past grievances would be written off. After all, everyone could see that Yi Xian was too unbeatable in the second divide of grand heavenly immortals. Only someone like Duobao Rulai, who in the three realms would dare to offend Yi Xian. Chapter 472. Most importantly, even if Duobao Rulai took action, he might not be able to capture Yi Xian. After all, even if Yi Xian could not win, could he not escape? Moreover, Yi Xian was alone, and he could easily kill the Daluo Jinxian of the various orthodoxies. None of the orthodoxies could afford to offend him. However, if Yi Xian really did kill the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother today, it would be a huge blow to their plans. The various orthodoxies would join forces and hunt down Yi Xian across the three realms. As the saying went, there was always a way to advance and retreat. This was the correct way to conduct oneself in the world. The various Daluo also believed that Yi Xian was not stupid and fully understood the situation he was in. They also believed that Yi Xian would stop here and leave the Celestial Court. This was the best choice for him. Unfortunately, everyone was wrong because they did not understand Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian was not interested in ruling over a region. Being a supreme ancestor was not his goal. What did Yi Xian want? It was very simple. He wanted the position of Celestial Emperor. He wanted to be the master of the three realms. He wanted to change the world and become the supreme sovereign who ruled over all life in the three realms. Therefore, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother had to die. Death is the only outcome for those who threaten me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Xian stared at the Queen Mother of the West coldly and viciously. His voice echoed in the 33 layers of the celestial court. The Queen Mother of the West was stunned as a great sense of fear rose from the bottom of her heart. What are you doing? The Queen Mother of the West trembled as she spoke. Her face instantly turned pale as great fear rose in her eyes. Die! Suddenly, Yi Xian growled coldly. A terrifying force erupted from his 5 fingers, and with the sound of a throat breaking, an extremely terrifying scene appeared before the Daluo Jingxian. No! The Queen Mother of the West screamed, but her head was strangely bent, and her neck was actually twisted by Yi Xian. As Yi Xian cruelly took off her head, blood spurted out and splattered into the sky. Bam! Yi Xian struck out with his palm, causing the Western Queen Mother's body to explode into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Without waiting for the Western Queen Mother's primordial spirit to escape, Yi Xian stretched out his palm and directly restrained it in his hand. How dare you! Mad! The East Emperor has gone mad. It's over, it's over. The Queen Mother of the West's physical body was killed. Yi Xian to the Queen Mother's body, and even her essence spirit was now in his hands. The Queen Mother, was, her essence spirit to the moment to the point. Was to the Queen to the end, the Queen Mother's, her, and her spirit to stop. Be captured to the Queen Mother to the end. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. You can't kill me. I'm Hongjun, the Queen Mother's essence spirit begged with a trembling voice. However, before she could finish her words, a cruel and sinister smirk appeared on Yi Xian's face. If I don't kill you just because you said so, wouldn't I lose a lot of face then? Bam! Amidst Yi Xian's cruel smirk, Yi Xian's 5 fingers burst forth with a terrifying strength, crushing the Queen Mother's essence spirit in his hands. As Yi Xian raised his palm, specks of golden light from the essence spirit scattered into the void. Silence, silence, extreme silence. When the Queen Mother's essence spirit was destroyed, be it the Immortals or the Grand Luo, all of them were stunned. It was as if they had fallen into a nightmare that they could not wake up from. They could not believe it, and they did not dare to believe it. No one had expected Yi Xian to be so lawless. Did he not know the consequences of killing the Queen Mother? The Immortals were terrified into silence. The Grand Luo's aura was in chaos, and the world became deathly silent. However, everyone looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear in their eyes. Ha! Suddenly, just as the Immortals were in deathly silence, a maniacal laughter reverberated across the world. The brilliance of the 33 celestial court became even more resplendent, and the endless heavenly Tao draconic chi was so vast that one could not see the end of it. Kaboom! The 100,000 kilometers of the Jade Lake was in turmoil as the heavenly Tao dragon chi soared into the sky, causing Yi Xian's body to be sent flying. A mangled figure slowly stood up from the cracked ground. Jade Emperor! Tai Zhenren exclaimed in shock, and the Immortals came to their senses. They all looked at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor, the ruler of the 3 realms, worshipped by all living beings. Streams of heavenly Tao draconic chi wrapped around his broken body, and his broken body was strangely recovering. The 4-sided dragon seal in the sky that was intertwined with the immortal defying formation diagram shone brightly, quietly appearing above his head and pouring down endless divine light. You killed the Queen Mother and humiliated me. Yi Xian, you deserve to die. The heavenly Tao draconic voice reverberated across the three realms. An unimaginable blood-red light bloomed in the Jade Emperor's head. His cultivation of the sixth firmament of Grand Luo was rising rapidly at this moment, and the four-sided dragon seal was dyed in blood-red. Yes, yes. The Jade Emperor is the ruler of the three realms, and he is supported by the will of the heavenly Tao. As long as the celestial court is not destroyed, he is immortal. Even if his body is shattered by Yi Xian, he can still recover under the heavenly Tao draconic qi. Taiyi Zhenren exclaimed, revealing the Jade Emperor's current state. No, what is the Jade Emperor doing? Suddenly, when Taiyi Zhenren saw the four-sided dragon seal turn blood-red, his horrified voice rang out. Amitabha. The Maitreya Buddha chanted softly, and the Buddhist light around him became chaotic. This also proved how turbulent his mind was. By destroying his own great Tao foundation and using the heavenly Tao secret technique, the Jade Emperor has cut off his own path to becoming a saint. He has activated his main body's essence blood to step into the seventh firmament of Grand Luo. Yi Xian is going to be in big trouble. The Maitreya Buddha shook his head helplessly. His voice reverberated in all directions, and the Grand Luo were shocked speechless. They did not expect the Jade Emperor to pay such a huge price. Just to kill Yi Xian, he had cut off his own great Tao foundation. Investiture of the gods. The Jade Emperor's roar shattered mountains and rivers, and the sky exploded. He was completely deranged as he roared at the sky like a mad demon. Today, he had been forced to such a state by Yi Xian. Not only had he lost face, but the Queen Mother of the West had also died tragically in Yi Xian's hands. If he continued to endure, he would become the greatest laughing stock of the three realms even if he could still sit on the throne of the Celestial Emperor. Kill, endless killing intent, ruthless emotions, and hatred that even the three rivers and four seas couldn't wash away. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's only thought was to kill Yi Xian, no matter how great the price he had to pay. Rumble. The investiture of the god suppressed the three realms and imprisoned the immortals and gods of the three realms. There was an earth-shattering power in it because it was a saint's dharma artifact, and also the strongest numinous treasure of the great god investiture tribulation. The golden light that blotted out the sky penetrated the past and the present, and covered the sky. The investiture of the gods slowly unfolded, and the aura that could obliterate all living things bloomed. There were also the roars of fiend gods coming from the investiture of the gods. The Jade Emperor stepped into the sky and stood on the investiture of the gods. With an explosive sound, the Jade Emperor finally stepped into the seventh firmament of the Grand Luo realm, and the space-time of the other world was extremely chaotic at this moment. Yi Xian, today, I'll obliterate your physical body and suppress your primordial spirit in the investiture of the gods forever. I'll definitely make sure that you can never reincarnate. Above the sky, in the void. The Jade Emperor was emotionless. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the stars and the universe in the heavens had exploded in his eyes. His voice penetrated the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Chapter 473. The Investiture of the Gods. It was a supreme spiritual treasure of the great investiture of the gods. Any immortal, god, or demon that died in the great investiture of the gods would be conferred as a deity by the investiture of the gods. Of course, conferring titles was just a nice name. In fact, it was just another kind of imprisonment. Because the conferred gods did not have a physical body, their cultivation could be said to be forever stagnant. Whoever controlled the investiture of the gods would also control the lives of these gods. For example, Zhao Gongming and the others from the Jia sect were all deities on the investiture of the gods. They were all under the Jade Emperor's jurisdiction. However, the Jade Emperor had never used the investiture of the gods to threaten Zhao Gongming and the others due to the conflict between the two sections. It wasn't that the Jade Emperor didn't want to, but Zhao Gongming and the others were from the Jia sect. If the Jade Emperor really enslaved them, he would definitely offend the Tongtian. That was why the Jade Emperor rarely used the investiture of the gods. Moreover, the most terrifying part of the investiture of the gods wasn't the imprisonment of these deities. Instead, it was a supreme spiritual treasure that was used to suppress immortals, demons, and demons. In the heaven, earth, and man realms, other than the witch race who didn't have an essence soul and didn't fear the investiture of the gods, all living beings would be threatened by a supreme spiritual treasure like the investiture of the gods. That's right. The investiture of the gods targeted the essence soul of immortals. Under the investiture of the gods, even Daluo Jingxian would be in danger of dying. That was why the investiture of the gods was so terrifying. Above the sky, in the void. The investiture of the gods was releasing an unfathomable aura. The Jade Emperor had even destroyed his own great Tao foundation and forcefully raised himself to the seventh firmament of Daluo. At that moment, he was the most terrifying existence. At the center of the Jade Pool, all Dharma turned to dust. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. His black hair fell behind his head as he looked at the Jade Emperor with a mocking look. Investiture of the gods, seventh firmament of Daluo. Yi Xian said softly. He didn't feel anything in his heart. It was as if he didn't care about the terrifying foundation that the Jade Emperor had revealed. Interesting, this is extremely interesting. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as Yi Xian took to the skies. Amidst the shocked gazes of the Grand Luo from all sides, he actually walked towards the Jade Emperor, completely ignoring the terrifying might that the Jade Emperor unleashed. A worthy younger brother, retreat quickly. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could continue forward, Emperor Ziwei directly blocked Yi Xian's path with a pale face. Elder brother, there's no need to worry. Yi Xian smiled and patted Emperor Ziwei's shoulder. Then, he brushed past him. When Yi Xian reappeared, he stood in the sky and faced the Jade Emperor. Such a scene left Emperor Ziwei stunned for a moment. He never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold. Did he not know that the Jade Emperor was currently at the seventh firmament of Daluo? The seventh firmament of Daluo was a terrifying figure at the third watershed. He was a figure that reigned supreme in the world. Moreover, the Jade Emperor had the investiture of the gods. How could Yi Xian be a match for the Jade Emperor? Emperor Ziwei wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Even the Daluo Jingxian had the same thoughts. Everyone had to admit that Yi Xian was indeed very strong. He was so strong that they feared him. Even in the second watershed of Daluo, he was unbeatable. However, one had to know that the difference between the nine firmament of Daluo was like heaven and earth. How long had it been since Yi Xian stepped into the Daluo Jingxian? How could he be a match for the Jade Emperor? They looked at each other in shock and silence. No one knew what Yi Xian was thinking. If it were them, they would have definitely escaped from the celestial court long ago. They would definitely not recklessly fight the Jade Emperor to the death. Fellow Taoist, can this child really lead our Jie school to prosperity? In the distant world, the goddess of golden spirit had a puzzled expression. She was looking at Yi Xian's back in the void. Zhao Gongming and the other immortals of the Jie school stood beside her. They were all nervously watching the earth-shattering battle that was about to happen. Goddess, there's no need to be puzzled. The East Pole Emperor will definitely be the person who will lead our Jie school to prosperity, Zhao Gongming said firmly. However, there was a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Actually, there were some things that Zhao Gongming did not say clearly. The goddess of golden spirit was able to come to the celestial court because of his pleas. As for the other Daluo Jingxian of the Jie school, they had long been disheartened and rejected his request. That was because no one believed that the so-called East Pole Emperor could lead the Jie school to prosperity. However, Shen Gongbao had once sent a message to him that he had to lead the immortals of the Jie school to appear. As for the reason, Zhao Gongming did not know, but he knew that Shen Gongbao was scheming and would not speak without thinking. In the sky, the void exploded. The Jade Emperor's face was distorted. The zenith heaven immortal light exploded in the sky. The god roll spread out golden light, giving off a terrifying aura that could kill immortals and gods. Yi Xian, I want you to die today. The Haotian dragon fist destroyed the world. The Jade Emperor punched out, and the world collapsed. Spacetime was distorted, and the aura that shattered all things swept towards Yi Xian. Let's see how strong you are. Yi Xian smiled coldly. When he punched out, the zenith heaven immortal body and the indestructible essence soul merged into one. This punch collapsed spacetime, and its vast power was earth-shattering. Bang! The zenith heaven immortal light shot out in all directions, and the boundless void collapsed. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string. Even the zenith heaven immortal body showed signs of cracking. Yi Xian, die. The Jade Emperor wanted to eat Yi Xian's flesh and drink Yi Xian's blood. His cultivation at the 7th level of the zenith heaven immortal body was terrifying to the extreme. The zenith heaven immortal art, the laws of heaven and earth, and all kinds of killing techniques spread out. The Jade Emperor channeled the power of heaven and earth to strengthen himself, and his heavenly Tao dragon body bloomed with golden light. Bang! 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 The smoke and clouds exploded, and the sky shook. The Jade Emperor waved the Haotian dragon fist, and every punch was an earth-shattering technique. The terrifying immortal light that could destroy all things bloomed, and the bombardment forced Yi Xian to retreat. The invincible power was simply impossible for Yi Xian to resist. The 7th level of the zenith heaven immortal body was terrifying, too terrifying. Even though Yi Xian had swept through the zenith heaven immortal body in the 2nd watershed, he did not have the strength to fight back against the Jade Emperor, who was at the 7th level of the zenith heaven immortal body. He could only passively endure the Jade Emperor's terrifying attacks. Bang! With a punch, heaven and earth collapsed. The dazzling Haotian dragon fist directly blasted a terrifying bloody hole in Yi Xian's chest, and made Yi Xian fall to the ground, covered in blood. Rumble! The ground caved in and ravines were everywhere. A human-shaped pit appeared, and Yi Xian was directly blasted into the ground. The blood that sprayed out was miserable and terrifying. The plot had reversed, and the immortals were dead silent. Yi Xian had brutally tortured the Jade Emperor before, but now, the situation was completely reversed. When the Jade Emperor stepped into the 7th level of the zenith heaven immortal body, Yi Xian was no match for him. You little bastard, you deserve to die. Chapter 474. The Jade Emperor stepped through the sky. His face was ferocious and distorted. Previously, he had been humiliated by Yi Xian. Even the Queen Mother of the West had been killed by him. This made the Jade Emperor hate him to the extreme. On the other hand, in the Jade Pool, Yi Xian was smashed into the ground. There was no response at all. Even the zenith heaven immortal light around him had long disappeared. His dilapidated body seemed to have lost its life aura. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Goddess, quickly save the Imperial Emperor. Such a scene made Zhao Gongming seek help from the Goddess of Golden Spirit in shock. However, the Goddess of Golden Spirit frowned and shook her head helplessly. Daoist brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to save him. It's just that the Jade Emperor is now a figure of the 3rd watershed. Even if I risk my life to save him, do you think I can save him? As the Goddess of Golden Spirit's words entered his ears, Zhao Gongming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with despair. Just as the Goddess of Golden Spirit had said, no one could save Yi Xian now. Unless a figure from the 3rd watershed of the zenith heaven immortal realm arrived, he would be able to save Yi Xian's life. Unfortunately, that possibility was almost zero. It was just Zhao Gongming's wishful thinking. In the 3 realms, apart from the Jia school supporting Yi Xian, there were also some lower realm demon kings who had followed Yi Xian. In the three realms, be it the Western Spirit Mountain, the Immortals of the Celestial Court, or the Chan School, they all wished that Yi Xian would die. Who would save Yi Xian? Just as Zhao Gongming was frowning and despair rose in his eyes, Imperial Lord Ziwei finally could not sit still. Rumble. Ziwei's starlight rippled in all directions. Without waiting for the Jade Emperor to continue attacking Yi Xian, Imperial Lord Ziwei directly blocked the Jade Emperor's path. She looked at the Jade Emperor with an extremely solemn gaze. Jade Emperor, it's all my fault. As long as you let him go today, I'll personally invite the great immortal Zhen Yuan to help you recover the foundation of your great Tao, Imperial Lord Ziwei said humbly. As soon as Emperor Ziwei finished speaking, the immortals from all sides were in an uproar. They looked at Emperor Ziwei with surprise in their eyes. Everyone knew that the ancestor of the earthly immortals, Grand Immortal Zhen Yuan, was a quasi-saint and possessed two supreme treasures. One was the earthly book and the other was the ginseng fruit tree. If they could ask the great immortal Zhen Yuan to help, there was an 80% chance that the Jade Emperor's great Tao would be restored. However, the immortals could not understand why Emperor Ziwei would help Yi Xian so much. Ziwei, do you want me to kill you? The Jade Emperor's eyes were cold, and his voice was extremely violent. Clearly, he did not care about Emperor Ziwei's promise at all. At this moment, the Jade Emperor only wanted to kill Yi Xian and imprison his primordial spirit in the investiture of the gods. He wanted to burn his primordial spirit day and night with the Haotian divine fire so that he could never be reincarnated. Only then could he dispel the endless hatred in his heart. When a person's hatred reached the extreme, they could do anything. The Jade Emperor was such a person. His only obsession was to make sure that Yi Xian could never be reincarnated. You. Emperor Ziwei clenched his fists when he saw the terrifying killing intent on the Jade Emperor's face. He knew that no matter how much he begged, the Jade Emperor would not let Yi Xian go. What should I do? Do I really have to watch Yi Xian die tragically in the Jade Emperor's hands? Emperor Ziwei frowned. His eyes were filled with anxiety. If he had known that Yi Xian would appear at the Feast of Immortality Peaches, he would have borrowed the earthly book from his master to save Yi Xian's life. Scram! The Jade Emperor's furious roar caused the laws of heaven and earth to surge violently, sending Empress Myrtle Star flying tens of thousands of miles away. It was simply too terrifying. Thump! 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 The earth trembled and the Jade Lake swayed. The Jade Emperor smiled sinisterly as he walked towards Yi Xian step by step. That extremely hateful aura surrounded his body, causing people's hearts to tremble slightly at a glance. Ha! Suddenly, without waiting for the Jade Emperor to arrive in front of Yi Xian, a contemptuous laugh sounded out from the human-shaped hole. A fair arm even stretched out from the hole, causing the Jade Emperor's expression to freeze. His footsteps immediately stopped. Bang! Rocks flew. Yi Xian slowly stood up from the hole. Although he was covered in blood and his face was pale, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes when he opened them. The seventh heavenly layer of grand immortality is truly powerful. Yi Xian walked out of the hole. He only stopped when he was 30 meters away from the Jade Emperor. It was also at this moment that something extremely terrifying happened to Yi Xian. Buzz! The great Luo immortal light shook the heavens and the earth. The mysterious mist surrounded Yi Xian's body, and his originally tattered body actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, all his injuries were gone. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. When this scene appeared before the Jade Emperor's eyes, the violent aura around him shuddered, and the Grand Luo who were watching from all directions all sucked in a cold breath. How is this possible? What secret technique is he cultivating? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Jade Emperor has already reached the seventh heavenly layer of grand immortality. How can Yi Xian be unscathed after suffering such a terrifying attack? All sorts of discussions could be heard. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian was just too mysterious and terrifying. He was like an unkillable cockroach that constantly shocked the immortals. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's eyes were grave as he clenched his fists. After all, he had used all his strength just now. That was the terrifying power of the third heavenly layer of grand immortality. Why was he still unable to heavily injure Yi Xian? Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile of disdain as he looked at the Jade Emperor's somewhat dazed face. Actually, the attack from the Jade Emperor just now was intentional on Yi Xian's part. He also wanted to see how strong his Daoyuo immortal body was and whether or not it could withstand the attack of the third watershed of the Daoyuo immortal realm. Although this experiment was extremely risky and carried the risk of death, Yi Xian had great confidence in the Origin immortal body. Moreover, he had made the right bet. He finally knew where the Origin immortal body's bottom line was. With the support of the indestructible Origin spirit and the Origin immortal body, Yi Xian was in an undefeatable position. Even someone from the third heavenly layer of grand immortality would not be able to kill him. This was the conclusion Yi Xian had reached. Although Yi Xian was still not the Jade Emperor's match in terms of cultivation, the Jade Emperor would only be dreaming if he wanted to kill him. I have to say that you are indeed terrifyingly powerful after reaching the seventh heavenly layer of grand immortality. Unfortunately, you will die at my hands today. Yi Xian gave a sinister smile. His eyes were faintly glowing as his pupils turned grayish-white. An extreme aura of death emanated from his body, causing the Jade Emperor's expression to change drastically. He retreated several steps as an extremely heavy feeling rose in his heart. It was as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Rumble. Something extremely terrifying happened. The 33 layers of the celestial court shook violently. A crack appeared in the boundless sky, and a mysterious wisp of fog descended from the heavens and enveloped Yi Xian. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Chapter 475. The sun and moon did not shine, and the world was dark. Darkness, pitch black, endless darkness. There was not a single trace of light in the world, and the incessantly rotating luminous stars seemed to have frozen. Only a wisp of dark mist drifted down from the sky, as if it wanted to drown the entire world. The immortals were horrified, and Grand Immortal's heart trembled. They did not know what was happening, but an extremely terrifying aura was sweeping towards them, causing their souls to tremble. Rumble. It was as if the sea of chaos was roaring, as if all living beings were being annihilated. A strand of chanting came from the three realms, as if there were unknown beings weeping sorrowfully in the distant and unknown chaos. The chanting was gentle, melodious, and soft, like the sound of the Tao weeping. The 33 heavens gradually became illusory, and a blood-red crescent moon quietly rose between the heavens and the earth. The blood-red crescent moon was bright red and dazzling. Suddenly, the blood-red crescent moon shone brightly, illuminating the past and present, and even the heavens, releasing an aura that did not belong to the three realms. Change. The sound of the Tao from the ages exploded in the three realms, causing pain in the eardrums of those who heard it. It was also at this moment that something extremely terrifying happened. Rumble. A strand of blood-red light that could destroy the heavens and the earth was so blinding that no one could open their eyes. The blood-red crescent moon actually descended from the heavens towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and 3,000 black strands of hair danced in the wind. His eyes were deathly still, and a sinister and cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was extremely terrifying when one looked at him. Bang! 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 Like a sea of blood overturning the heavens, like the cries of all living beings, a mysterious light rose from Yi Xian's body, and an earth-shattering sound came from within his body. It was as if a shackle inside his body was shattering. Buzz. Strong winds howled incessantly, and the void exploded into ripples. The blood-red crescent moon finally descended, suddenly transforming into a blood-red star rune that was engraved on Yi Xian's forehead. The blood-colored star tattoo was in the shape of a crescent moon. It was bleak and blood-red, and it blossomed with a mysterious bloody light on Yi Xian's forehead. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's appearance underwent an extremely terrifying transformation. The 3,000 strands of black hair seemed to be soaked in blood. From the roots to the ends of his hair, they turned the color of blood inch by inch. After 3 breaths of time, the light around Yi Xian dissipated. However, his appearance was completely different from before. Yi Xian was dressed in black. 3,000 strands of blood hung down behind his head, and a blood-colored star pattern flickered on his forehead. Wisps of dark fog revolved around his body, and an unimaginably terrifying power erupted. Yi Xian's lips opened and closed, emitting a mysterious sound of the Tao. It actually caused the sky of the 3 realms to become extremely dark. The mysterious fog that could bury the heavens and annihilate the earth howled endlessly through the 33 layers of the celestial court. Tap tap tap. The void fluctuated, and fear rose in his heart. The Jade Emperor's face was extremely pale, and he kept retreating. He looked at Yi Xian with great fear in his eyes. This. Could this be the legendary Chaos Divine technique? The Jade Emperor screamed in horror as his body trembled violently. It was as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. No one knew what the Jade Emperor was talking about, and no one knew what the Chaos Divine technique was. All they knew was that Yi Xian's 3,000 strands of blood were flying in the wind, and an invincible power that could suppress the past and present was being released. The great demonic fist can suppress the heavens and earth. Who in the heavens can defeat it? Yi Xian roared violently. He took a step forward and punched out. Boundless darkness covered the sky, and the punch that could shatter the sky was like an ancient river that came crashing down towards the Jade Emperor. Bang! One punch, just one punch, and a terrifying hole was blasted in the Jade Emperor's heart. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth as he screamed. Even though he had reached the 7th firmament of Grand Luo, he could not withstand Yi Xian's overbearing punch at all. I am the Celestial Emperor. Who in the 3 realms is not convinced? Like a chaotic divine mountain that fell on the 3 realms, and like an endless river of time, Yi Xian strode towards the Jade Emperor. His overbearing voice spread throughout the 33 layers of the celestial court. The sky was exploding, and the void was being annihilated. Every step Yi Xian took was like an ancient star falling into the mortal world. His invincible power that could push the heavens and earth was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. One punch to move the heavens and earth, one to disturb the universe. The true profoundness of the great demonic fist was being released. Yi Xian punched out a second time, and directly suppressed the Jade Emperor in the void. The fist that could shatter the past and present shattered the Jade Emperor's head. Killing the heavens and earth, I am invincible. With the third punch, all things were destroyed, and the heavens and earth cried out. The Jade Emperor exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky, and the world became deathly silent. Terrifying, extreme terror, unimaginable terror. The immortals were horrified, and the Grand Luo immortals were frightened. But whether it was the ordinary immortals or the so-called Daluo Jingxian, everyone's body and mind were trembling to the extreme. They looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear in their eyes. Above the sky, in the void, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back, and no matter how strong the wind blew, he did not move. The majesty of a celestial emperor slowly bloomed around him, giving people a feeling of worship. The Tribulation Transcender transformation was a heaven-defying technique. This was not just a saying, but an extremely terrifying power. Yi Xian, the indestructible primordial spirit, and the Grand Luo immortal body. It was not as simple as 1 + 1. Yi Xian was not weaker than the second watershed of the Grand Luo Immortal realm. When he used the Tribulation Transcender transformation, he directly broke through the third watershed and stepped into the supreme realm of the Ancestor. The Jade Emperor, on the other hand, had only severed his great Tao foundation and forcibly reached the seventh heavenly layer of the Grand Luo Immortal realm. How could he be Yi Xian's opponent? Buzz! Suddenly, the void froze, and the bloody mist condensed. The void changed, and when the light dissipated, the Jade Emperor's body condensed. Although the heavenly dragon chi on his body became extremely illusory, he had indeed recovered from his injuries. What a terrifying Yi Xian! No wonder he wants to sit on the Celestial Emperor's throne. Unfortunately, it's impossible for him to sit on the Celestial Emperor's throne. The Jade Emperor has the support of the heavenly Tao, and he is also connected to the Celestial Court. As long as the Celestial Court is not destroyed, he will be immortal. Yi Xian can't kill him. Tai Zhenren said with a trembling voice, revealing the truth. The other Grand Luo Immortals also nodded, clearly agreeing with Tai Zhenren's judgment. Yi Xian, you can't kill me. In the sky, the Jade Emperor roared crazily. However, he looked at Yi Xian with fear that he had never shown before. That was because he was truly afraid. He was afraid that he would die here. He was afraid that he would lose the Celestial Emperor's throne because he was no match for Yi Xian. Even if he severed his great Tao foundation and forcibly stepped into the seventh heavenly layer of the Grand Luo Immortal realm, it was useless against Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian was calm. 3,000 strands of blood flew wildly. When he punched, the endless sky was destroyed, and the Jade Emperor was once again blasted into a bloody mist. Chapter 476. However, in less than 10 breaths, the Jade Emperor materialized his body again. It was obvious that he really was immortal. No matter how many times Yi Xian killed him, he would always appear in front of Yi Xian alive. A worthy younger brother, forget it. The Jade Emperor gave his orders to the heavens. He can't be killed. Emperor Ziwei roared. She hoped that Yi Xian would stop wasting his time. Unfortunately, Emperor Ziwei's advice did not get any response from Yi Xian. He only squinted his eyes and looked at the Jade Emperor. A cruel and evil smile appeared on his face. Can't be killed. Yi Xian murmured coldly. A hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. Halberd, come. Rumble. The murderous world was filled with boundless darkness. When Yi Xian's voice rang out, his glabella shone. The heaven-destroying halberd appeared and he held it in his hand. The darkness was boundless. The murderous aura filled the sky. It messed up the past and the present. It shattered the heavens. The heaven-destroying halberd was known as the #1 killing weapon of all time. Its origins were mysterious. It also had unimaginable power. Buzz! Yi Xian pointed the halberd at the Jade Emperor. A ray of dark light flashed across the sky. It shattered the space-time. A murderous aura that did not belong to the three realms grew on the tip of the halberd. Blessed by the heavenly way, immortal and indestructible. Yi Xian's words were cruel and ferocious. He looked at the Jade Emperor as if he was looking at a dead man. I wonder if you can survive under the heaven-destroying halberd. Yi Xian asked with a cold smile, causing the Jade Emperor's face to turn deathly pale. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with extreme fear, because a deathly sense of terror arose in his heart. The Jade Emperor had never felt death before. However, when the heaven-destroying halberd appeared, the Jade Emperor realized in horror that his aura, which was blessed by the heavenly way, was weakening. It was as if the heavenly ways was about to cut off from him. Impossible, how is this possible? The Jade Emperor's mind was in a mess. His mind was trembling, and he kept retreating. Clearly, he could feel death approaching. Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you want to be the Celestial Emperor. I can give it to you, the Jade Emperor said with a trembling voice. When he finished speaking, the immortals and great immortals were dumbfounded. They could not believe their ears. What is the Jade Emperor saying? Give the throne to Yi Xian. Has the Jade Emperor gone mad? The immortals and Daluo immortals were shocked into silence. All kinds of thoughts arose in their minds. If they had not heard the Jade Emperor's words with their own ears, they would not have believed that the Jade Emperor would say such cowardly words. The Jade Emperor was weak and incompetent. This had always been circulating in the three realms and did not surprise the immortals and zenith heavens. However, the position of Celestial Emperor was personally conferred by Tao ancestor Hongjun. Wasn't it the biggest joke that the Jade Emperor wanted to give up the throne? Actually, no one knew why the Jade Emperor said such words. The reason was very simple. The Jade Emperor felt the pressure of death. The Jade Emperor was very sure that if he was killed by the heaven-destroying halberd, he would not be able to come back to life. This feeling was very strong, and the Jade Emperor did not doubt it. Although giving the position of Heavenly Emperor to Yi Xian was an extreme humiliation to him, compared to his own life, the position of Heavenly Emperor wasn't that important. The Jade Emperor's thoughts were very simple. As long as he could stay alive, so what if he gave the throne to Yi Xian? As long as he could return to the Purple Cloud Palace, he would take revenge for today's blood feud sooner or later. The Jade Emperor forced a smile. His posture was very low, and his straight back was slightly bent. It was as if he was praying to Yi Xian. Without dignity, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Xian. The Jade Emperor didn't care about anything else. Right now, he only cared about his own life. Even if he had to kneel before Yi Xian, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. You know when to yield and when to stand tall. You are quite a formidable person. Yi Xian walked in the sky. The heaven-destroying halberd buzzed. Its murderous aura was slightly released. Unfortunately, if you don't die, how can I sit on the throne steadily? Yi Xian looked down at the Jade Emperor. His murderous words echoed in the Jade Emperor's ears. Bang! Suddenly, something happened that stunned Yi Xian. The Jade Emperor's knees went soft and he knelt before Yi Xian. He even begged Yi Xian, Yi Tiandi, since I have already admitted defeat, please spare my life. I, Hao Tian, swear to you that I will never be your enemy again. Silence. Silence. Dead silence. When the Jade Emperor knelt, not to mention Yi Xian, even the immortals and the various great Luo immortals looked at each other in a daze. Everyone's thoughts froze, and they couldn't believe their eyes. The world was silent. Nothing could be heard. When the Jade Emperor knelt before Yi Xian's eyes were a little dazed. He never thought that he could force the Jade Emperor to this extent. In Yi Xian's mind, the Jade Emperor was a formidable person. Even if he was about to die, he would still fight with his life. Yi Xian never thought that the Jade Emperor would kneel before him and beg for his life. Go to hell. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the Jade Emperor abruptly raised his head. His eyes turned crimson red, and his sinister and cruel killing intent leaped out. Rumble. The investiture of the gods broke through the barrier of space and appeared above Yi Xian's head. The golden light of the investiture of the gods shone down and covered Yi Xian. A painful groan came from Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian, you brat. So what if you have the chaos divine technique? So what if you forced me to kneel before you? The investiture of the god specializes in destroying the essence soul. Even the third watershed of the Zenith Heaven realm is no exception. You are the one who will die today, not me. I will destroy your soul and let you die without a burial place. The Jade Emperor suddenly stood up. His face was hideous and twisted as if he had gone mad. He formed an immortal seal with both hands. The investiture of the gods completely drowned Yi Xian. Die, die, die. The Jade Emperor laughed sinisterly. He seemed to have gone mad. His crimson eyes were like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. It was terrifying and horrifying. A worthy younger brother? Emperor? Emperor Ziwei roared. Zhao Gongming and the other immortals of the Jie sect were furious. I am the master of the three realms. Yi Xian, that little bastard, must die. The Jade Emperor laughed maniacally. He was as proud as a victor. The immortal light around him was extremely chaotic, proving how excited he was. Ha! Suddenly, a chuckle was heard. The Jade Emperor's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear. What happened next made his soul leave his body. Above the sky, in the void, the god-sealing golden light dissipated and a scroll of the investiture of the gods was held in Yi Xian's hand. The center of Yi Xian's brows was slowly glowing, and the undying primordial spirit's hands were forming hand seals as it buzzed and vibrated. Rays of primordial spirit golden light covered Yi Xian within. Indestructible essence soul. As the name suggested, it was all about the word indestructible. This indestructible essence soul was different from the essence souls of ordinary immortals. The essence souls of immortals in the three realms were extremely weak. If the investiture of the gods were to ambush it, it would definitely end up with its soul destroyed. Chapter 477. Unfortunately, Yi Xian walked the path of becoming a saint through strength. His primordial spirit was invulnerable to all methods. Not to mention a mere investiture of the gods, even if a quasi-sage wanted to kill his primordial spirit, it would take him 49 days to completely kill Yi Xian. No. Impossible. Why? Why is this happening? The Jade Emperor screamed in horror. He could not believe what he was seeing. The investiture of the gods was his last trump card. It was also his only treasure that could kill Yi Xian. However, the scene in front of him told him that his so-called trump card could not harm Yi Xian at all. A worthy younger brother. Emperor. Emperor Ziwei and Zhao Gongming laughed and they saw that Yi Xian was unharmed. The group of immortals from the Jie sect danced in joy. They did not look like immortals at all. It was no wonder that they looked like this. After the investiture of the gods, the Jie sect was extremely weak. After countless years, they were even trampled under the feet of the Chan sect. At this moment, Yi Xian rose against the heavens. Even the Jade Emperor had to submit to him. As long as Yi Xian could kill the Jade Emperor, it would prove that the Jie sect was about to gain a foothold in the celestial court. In the sky, Yi Xian walked forward slowly. The so-called ferocious and vicious look had long disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely calm. It was as if even the collapse of the world could not affect him at all. Time flies. The grudge between you and me has lasted for 6,000 years. Today, it will finally come to an end. Yi Xian looked at the Jade Emperor emotionlessly. He slowly raised the heaven-destroying halberd. A boundless dark light bloomed on the tip of the halberd. The destructive aura locked onto the Jade Emperor. No. No. I don't want to die. The Jade Emperor roared in fear. The Daluo immortal light exploded. He actually tore the space apart and shot towards the 33 outer heavens. There are no living creatures beneath the heaven-destroying halberd. Who would have known this since ancient times? Yi Xian's voice was ancient and hoarse, echoing in the 33rd floor of the celestial court. An intoxicated smile appeared on his face. He didn't do anything, but when he swung the number one killing weapon of all time in his hand, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Clang! The darkness was boundless. This cold light was like a ray of light in the primordial chaos. It tore through the ages and shattered the primordial chaos. All living beings would be annihilated by this cold light. It didn't shake the heavens and split the earth, nor did it collapse in all directions. There wasn't any terrifying power either. The heaven-destroying halberd disappeared from Yi Xian's hand. The cold light broke through the barrier of time and space and suddenly pierced through the Jade Emperor's body. In the endless darkness, the Jade Emperor was nailed to death by the heaven-destroying halberd's unimaginable power. Blood, fresh blood, bright golden blood. The Jade Emperor's eyes lost focus. The Nine Dragons' imperial robe was stained with blood. Blood kept spilling out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Drip, 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 drip. Strands of golden blood flowed out of the Jade Emperor's chest and dyed the southern heavenly gate's plaque red. However, when this terrifying scene appeared in front of the immortals, the world became deathly silent. Thump, thump, thump. Like the beating of a war drum or the flowing river of the nine heavens, Yi Xian strolled through the sky until he stood in front of the southern heavenly gate. He calmly watched the Jade Emperor being nailed to the southern heavenly gate's plaque. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The grudge of 6,000 years ends today. You can rest in peace now. Yi Xian calmly said. When he reached out, the heaven-destroying halberd slowly withdrew from the Jade Emperor's chest. A smear of blood sprayed onto Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He seemed to be completely intoxicated by this comfortable feeling. Bang! The Jade Emperor's corpse fell to the ground. The muffled sound woke the immortals up. Jade Emperor is dead. He died just like that. East Emperor killed the Jade Emperor. No. Yi Tiandi killed the Jade Emperor. The immortals murmured. Even the Daluo Jingxian trembled and murmured. They really didn't think and didn't dare to think that the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Three Realms, would actually die at the hands of Yi Xian. The world is changing. The world of the Three Realms is changing. When this thought arose in the hearts of the immortals, their eyes were filled with bitterness. They knew that the Jade Emperor's death meant that Yi Xian would become the new heavenly emperor. Yi Xian wasn't the Jade Emperor. Since he wanted to be the Lord of the Three Realms, he wouldn't be as weak as the Jade Emperor. If anyone didn't submit to him, Yi Xian would brutally suppress them. Everyone knew that the Three Realms was about to fall into chaos. Because Yi Xian wasn't the Jade Emperor, the orthodoxies wouldn't submit to him. Yi Xian wouldn't be as patient as the Jade Emperor. An unimaginable chaos was about to happen. A worthy younger brother, quickly kill the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit. Otherwise, if his primordial spirit escapes, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Suddenly, Emperor Ziwei warned. This woke the immortals up. They realized that the Jade Emperor was indeed dead. But where was his primordial spirit? Buzz! A spot of primordial spirit golden light suddenly broke through the barrier of time and space and disappeared instantly. Clearly, this was the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit. This made Emperor Ziwei anxious. She wanted to stop it. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor had once been Dao ancestor Hongjuan's Dao child. Though he'd perished here today, his nascent spirit arts were far more powerful than other immortals, making it impossible for Empress Myrtle Star to stop him. What are you still looking at? Are you waiting for me to attack? Suddenly, Yi Xian spoke calmly and looked directly at Venus Taibai. This made Venus Taibai smile bitterly. Under the horrified gazes of the immortals, a heavenly book appeared in Venus Taibai's hand. The golden light whizzed out and captured the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit. Venus Taibai, how dare you steal the heavenly book? The Jade Emperor's primordial spirit roared. He never thought that he would put the last bit of his primordial spirit in the heavenly book because he was afraid that one day, Yi Xian would kill the celestial court. If he really died in Yi Xian's hands, he could still be reborn as long as the last bit of his primordial spirit in the heavenly book was not destroyed. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor did not expect that Venus Taibai, whom he trusted the most, would betray him at this critical moment. Not only did he steal the heavenly book, but he also captured his broken primordial spirit. This was a situation where there was no chance of survival. Taibai jinxing, destroy his primordial spirit for this emperor. Suddenly, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Venus Taibai gloomily. This made Venus Taibai's body tremble. It was obvious that he was very hesitant. However, Venus Taibai knew very well that Yi Xian wanted him to destroy the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit to cut off all his escape routes. He would also be cursed by the upper three realms because he was the Slayer Master's betrayal. From then on, he could only follow Yi Xian loyally. Otherwise, he would be hated by everyone in the three realms. Chapter 478. Jade Emperor, you can only blame yourself for being so stupid as to make an enemy out of Yi Tiandi. Although the old minister doesn't want to kill you, for the sake of the old minister's life, you can die now. Venus Taibai roared ferociously as he fell into madness. While the Jade Emperor was cursing him viciously, he controlled the heavenly book and instantly destroyed the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit. It was over. Everything was over. When Venus Taibai destroyed the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit with his own hands, the Jade Emperor's eyes were bitter and lifeless. He fell to the ground like a pile of mud, as if he had lost his soul. Not bad. You did well. Yi Xian smiled and patted Venus Taibai's shoulder affectionately. Then, he didn't look at him again. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian's plan was flawless. He even nipped all the hidden dangers in the bud. Yi Xian was very confident that he could kill the Jade Emperor. However, he also understood that the Jade Emperor was the master of the three realms after all. He was once the Daoist child of the Daoist ancestor. He definitely had his own methods to protect himself. Moreover, Yi Xian knew the Jade Emperor very well. The Jade Emperor was a ruthless person. He was the best choice regardless of whether he was patient or shrewd. He would never put all of his eggs in one basket. Immortals valued the primordial spirit the most. As long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, there would be a chance to start over again. This was an iron law that had never changed. Even the Jade Emperor was no exception. As expected, the Jade Emperor left himself a way out. He separated a trace of his primordial spirit and placed it in the heavenly book. Even if his primordial spirit was destroyed, as long as the trace of his primordial spirit in the heavenly book was still there, he would have a chance to revive. Therefore, when Yi Xian returned to the celestial court, he went straight to Venus Taibai. As Venus Taibai was the Jade Emperor's trusted aide, he was the only one who knew many of the Jade Emperor's secrets. As expected, Yi Xian made the right bet. Venus Taibai became Yi Xian's most crucial chess piece. When he stole the heavenly book, he even captured the Jade Emperor's escaping primordial spirit under the guidance of his primordial spirit. This also caused the Jade Emperor to lose his last trump card. In the end, his soul dissipated and he died. The Jade Emperor died with his eyes wide open. This was because his most trusted aide had dealt him a fatal blow, causing him to completely vanish from the three realms. At this moment, the Immortals and Daluo were silent. No one dared to reprimand Yi Xian for his actions because they had personally witnessed the tragic deaths of the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. They knew that if they stood out now, they would be courting death. Suppressing the heaven and earth, sweeping through the past and present, this was the feeling that Yi Xian brought to the Immortals and Zenith heavens. In front of the southern heavenly gate, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. 3,000 strands of blood fluttered in the wind. An unimaginable majesty of a celestial emperor bloomed around him. His momentum had been established, and no one dared to reprimand him. The Feast of Peaches is held once every 100,000 years. Although some very bad things have happened today, I do not wish for the Feast of the Three Realms to end so hastily. Would you all be willing to continue this unfinished feast of peaches with me? Yi Xian said calmly. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the stars in the heavens were rotating in his eyes. His suppressive aura swept towards the immortals and zenith heavens from all directions. Ah, ha, ha ha. Your Majesty has invited us. How would we dare to disobey? Perfected Tai forced a laugh, but a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Your Majesty, please. Qijingzi forced a laugh. How would he dare to complain? The 12 ancient golden immortals, Daoist Ci Heng and perfected Yu Ding had both died in the hands of Yi Xian. Guang Qingzi had just been killed by Yi Xian. This had already brought great fear to the 12 ancient golden immortals. Now, the remaining few golden immortals deeply understood that their lineage of Chan had already offended Yi Xian. If they dared to show any dissatisfaction at this moment, they were afraid that the 12 ancient golden immortals would fall in the hands of Yi Xian today. Not only the 12 ancient golden immortals, the 10 kings of hell, the Western Maitreya Buddha, and the others all lowered their eyes and did not make any sound. Although they would not flatter Yi Xian, they would not curry favor with Yi Xian either. This was because they represented various factions. However, now that Yi Xian's power had been established, they did not want to have a conflict with Yi Xian, lest they be killed mercilessly by Yi Xian. This was because everyone knew that Yi Xian was not a patient person like the Jade Emperor. In the eyes of such a ferocious person, he had never taken the various great orthodoxies seriously. If he had even a little bit of fear back then, how would he have killed the people of Spirited Mountain and Chan sect? Emotionless, sinister, and ruthless. If he wanted to kill someone, he would do so without the slightest scruple. This was the Yi Xian in the eyes of the immortals and the various great Luo immortals. This caused them to be silent. It seems like none of you have any objections. Then, let's continue this feast of peaches that only happens once every 100,000 years. Yi Xian smiled and strolled towards the jade pool. However, the corner of his mouth quietly curved into a cruel smile. Obviously, the feast of peaches would not be so simple. The jade pool spanning 100,000 miles. The female immortal officials were busy with various immortal arts. The shattered jade pool was restored to its original state in just a few dozen breaths. Thousands of white jade tables appeared. Many of the female immortal officials were pale, but they continued to serve immortal fruits and spirit wine. Then, they stood on both sides, trembling silently. The so-called peaches of immortality were already eaten by the immortals and zenith heavens when they were presented. This so-called feast of peaches of immortality seemed to be missing something. However, the immortals and zenith heavens did not have the mind to care about the peaches of immortality. At this moment, all of them were sitting upright and still. Clearly, Yi Xian was giving them great pressure. At the Celestial Emperor's throne at the center of the jade pool, Yi Xian sat on the Celestial Emperor's throne. He looked around at the immortals and zenith heavens present, and the jade pool, which was already dead silent, became even more oppressive. This emperor would like to propose a toast to all of you. Suddenly, Yi Xian slowly raised his cup amidst the oppressive atmosphere and toasted the immortals from afar. He was the first to finish the immortal wine in his cup. The immortals forced a smile and drank the wine in their cups. Yi Xian casually tossed the cup onto the Celestial Emperor's table and exhaled a turbid breath. He then looked around at the immortals present and said, as the saying goes, the Celestial Emperor takes turns to sit on the throne. Today, it is my turn. This emperor intends to do his best for the stability of the three realms. Today, I will become the lord of the three realms. Do any of you have any opinions? As Yi Xian spoke, the immortals of the jade pool fell silent. Although they already knew that Yi Xian was going to bring this up, none of them dared to refute him. However, none of them stood out to agree either. The Celestial Emperor's position was no small matter. It was not something that could be the lord of the three realms just because one's cultivation was higher. Firstly, the celestial emperor's position must be acknowledged by the saints. Otherwise, the title would not be legitimate. Why would the various orthodoxies acknowledge Yi Xian as celestial emperor? Secondly, although the immortals appeared to be subservient, the most fundamental reason was that they were afraid of Yi Xian. They were deeply afraid that they would die tragically in Yi Xian's hands if they stood out to refute him. Thirdly, there was no one from the third watershed of the golden immortal realm present, so Yi Xian was naturally allowed to speak as he pleased. Once they returned to their respective orthodoxies, there would naturally be someone from the third watershed of the golden immortal realm to deal with Yi Xian. Fourthly, and also the most important matter, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were personally conferred by Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now that they were killed by Yi Xian, the saints would definitely intervene. Yi Xian would not be free for more than a few days. Perhaps it would not be long before Yi Xian's body and Tao dissipated. Patience. That was right. The immortals were enduring. They knew that none of them could oppose Yi Xian at this moment, but they would never express their approval either. They would naturally inform their orthodoxies of this shocking change once they left the celestial court. Chapter 479. On the throne of the celestial emperor, Yi Xian was smiling, but his smile made the immortals extremely uneasy. It was because Yi Xian's smile was too sinister, as if he had the intention to kill all the immortals. Amitabha. The Maitreya Buddha put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name in a low voice. He said, "Emperor, I have a piece of advice. Although the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were killed by you, the Lord of the Three Realms is no small matter. You need the approval of all living beings in the Three Realms before you can ascend to the position of Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, even if we acknowledge your identity as Celestial Emperor, it will not be legitimate." As the Maitreya Buddha's words fell, Perfected Tai hurriedly stood up and said, "Maitreya Buddha is right. If the Emperor wants to rule the Three Realms, it must be legitimate. It also needs the approval of the saints. The Western Buddha and the Golden Immortal of the Chan sect." When these two people spoke together, the immortals of the Jade Lake all agreed. Obviously, none of the immortals present would go against Yi Xian. They were only tactfully rejecting Yi Xian's suggestion. Oh. Yi Xian's smile gradually disappeared. He placed his arms on the table and leaned forward slightly. He stared at the two of them and said, "Does that mean that you don't agree with me becoming the Lord of the Three Realms?" "No. I wouldn't dare." Yi Xian turned hostile immediately. This also made Perfected Tai's expression change. He hurriedly responded with a trembling voice. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This also proved how much he feared Yi Xian in his heart. Humph. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could speak, a cold snort was heard. Zhao Gongming walked out of the crowd, followed by hundreds of immortals from the Jia sect. The entire Jia sect is willing to worship the Emperor as the new Celestial Emperor. If anyone has any objections, the entire Jia sect will not let them go. Zhao Gongming led the immortals of the Jia school and bowed to Yi Xian. Although he seemed to be speaking to Yi Xian, his real purpose was to tell the immortals present that the entire Jia school was already on Yi Xian's side. That's right. The East Emperor is one of the four great emperors. Since the Jade Emperor is immoral and useless, the one most qualified to become the Celestial Emperor is the East Emperor. Emperor Ziwei slowly walked out and looked at the immortals present. His great Luo immortal aura rippled slightly. Clearly, he and Yi Xian were brothers. Since Yi Xian wanted to become the Celestial Emperor, he, Emperor Ziwei, would definitely support him. As soon as Empress Myrtle Star finished speaking, the expressions of the immortals present changed slightly. They hadn't expected Empress Myrtle Star to choose a side at a time like this. After all, Empress Myrtle Star's status was extremely high, and her connections were extraordinary. First of all, Emperor Ziwei was one of the four great emperors of the Celestial Court. He was in existence on the same level as the Jade Emperor. Before the new Celestial Emperor was confirmed, he had a great right to speak. The most important problem was that Emperor Ziwei had a wide range of friends. Looking at the three realms, he had countless close friends. Moreover, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Great Immortal Zhen Yuan, was his teacher. Speaking of Great Immortal Zhen Yuan, this quasi-Saint Tong Tian great figure was not as simple as one imagined. First of all, Great Immortal Zhen Yuan presided over the ginseng fruit festival that was held once every 300,000 years. Countless Daluo Jingxian in the three realms could be said to have racked their brains to be able to participate in the ginseng fruit festival. Moreover, as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Great Immortal Zhen Yuan would preach the Tao once every 3,000 years. In the three realms, regardless of immortals, demons, or devils, they could all go to the five manor to listen to the Tao. Countless ancient great divine powers had received the favor of Great Immortal Zhen Yuan. As the saying goes, love the house and its crow. Emperor Ziwei was Great Immortal Zhen Yuan's disciple. No matter where Emperor Ziwei went, immortals, demons, and devils would have to give face to Emperor Ziwei. Even Duobao Rolai of the West did not dare to slight him in the slightest. Now that Emperor Ziwei strongly supported Yi Xian, this also represented the will of Great Immortal Zhen Yuan. How could this not shock the immortals to the extreme? Amitabha. The Maitreya Buddha frowned slightly and said, Emperor Ziwei, although you are one of the four great emperors of the Celestial Court, the position of Celestial Emperor is no small matter. If there is no decree of the saint to bestow the title, I'm afraid the East Pole Emperor will not be able to rule the three realms, right? The Maitreya Buddha was very reserved. He was also hinting to Emperor Ziwei that even if he was the disciple of Great Immortal Zhen Yuan, the position of Celestial Emperor was not something he could interfere with. What a joke! Suddenly, before Emperor Ziwei could speak, the silent goddess of golden spirit walked out of the crowd. She first bowed to Yi Xian and then looked at the Maitreya Buddha. Although Jia school has failed in the great God conferment tribulation, it does not mean that Jia school does not have a place in the three realms. Go back and tell my senior brother Duobao that if he wants to object to the East Pole Emperor becoming the master of the three realms, don't blame me for gathering my junior brothers and sisters to go to his spiritual mountain to seek justice from him. As soon as the goddess of golden spirit finished speaking, the Maitreya Buddha's expression changed slightly. He pressed his palms together and kept chanting the Buddhist proclamation. He did not say anything else. Perhaps some people would question why the goddess of golden spirit called Duobao Rolai senior brother. Actually, the reason was very simple. During the great God conferment tribulation, Duobao Rolai was not the Western Buddha. At that time, Duobao Rolai was a disciple of Jia school and the eldest disciple of Tong Tian. His Daoist name was Daoist Duobao. Speaking of Daoist Duobao, not only was he talented, but he was also extremely liked by Tong Tian. Tong Tian doted on him to the extreme and gave him countless numinous treasures. Unfortunately, after the great God conferment tribulation, Daoist Duobao entered Western Buddhism and became the master of the Western spiritual mountain. This matter had always been the biggest stain on Jia school because Jia school was different from Chan school. In Chan school, people like Daoist Ci Hang, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra entered Western Buddhism. That was a choice between saints. Daoist Duobao could be said to have betrayed his master and joined Western Buddhism. It hurt Tongtian's heart and made the other disciples of Jia school extremely resentful of Daoist Duobao. Perhaps Daoist Duobao also felt guilty. He turned a blind eye to everything related to Jia school. Even if there were disciples of Jia school killing in the Aparagodania continent, the Buddha and Bodhisattva of Mount Numinous would try their best not to kill them. This was also for the sake of Duobao Rolai. Goddess Jinling was Tongtian's second eldest disciple, and Daoist Duobao was her eldest senior brother. Today, she stood up to support Yi Xian, which also proved Daluo Jinxian's attitude. Maitreya Buddha was silent. He knew that things had become difficult. He could only return to Mount Numinous to report this matter to Buddha. As for Duobao Rolai's attitude next, it had nothing to do with him. When Maitreya Buddha stopped speaking, the golden immortal of Chan School's expression changed slightly. Because Chan School and Jia School had always been at odds. If Yi Xian really ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor, wouldn't Chan School be suppressed? Emperor, the master of the three realms is no small matter. We can only report to Yuanshi Tianzuan. If the saint agrees to let you become the new Celestial Emperor, Chan School will definitely regard you as the master of the three realms. Immortal Tai bowed. His posture was neither arrogant nor humble. Obviously, in the face of such a big matter, he could only argue with reason. If he was afraid of Yi Xian's ruthless means and agreed to let Yi Xian become the emperor, he was afraid that he would not be able to raise his head in front of all the immortals of Chan School. Chapter 480. The Saint's Decree. Suddenly, a loud voice came from all directions. Outside the 33rd heaven, a golden light of Daoyuo whizzed over. When the light dissipated, Shen Gongbao quietly appeared beside Yi Xian. A golden decree was held in Shen Gongbao's hand, and a faint aura of a sage was being emitted. Although it was only a trace of it, it made the immortals of the Jade Lake change their expressions greatly, and their minds trembled to the extreme at this moment. At the beginning of the world, all things were born. The three realms cannot be without a ruler for a day. Today, Yi Xian has given his life to the heavens, and he can be conferred the title of the everlasting Holy Celestial Emperor. Shen Gongbao was reading the saint's decree with a cold smile. When his voice fell, an extremely shocking thing happened. Rumble. The three realms shook, and golden light shot through the sky. The saint's decree turned into millions of golden light rays that spread out in all directions, and the booming sound of the great way resounded everywhere in the three realms. Whether it was the netherworld, the four great continents of the earth immortal realm, or the spirit mountain of the west, as long as it was a living creature, they all heard the sound of the conferment at this moment. The saint's decree made all living creatures submit. This was not just a saying, but a representation of the saint's will. At this moment, the three realms were in turmoil. Countless great divines were staring at the celestial court in horror, because this was a decree conferred by the Tongtian, and it could not be faked at all. In the netherworld, the ghosts of the 18 layers of hell were wailing, and the cries of ghosts and gods were enough to make one's hair stand on end. In the deepest part of the 18 levels of hell, endless ghost chi was steaming, and the roars of countless fierce demons and ghosts could be heard. A 9th-grade golden lotus and an 80-foot spirit beast were floating in the void of hell. There was a faint Buddha's light on the 9th-grade golden lotus, and an illusory figure was sitting cross-legged on the golden lotus. The world is changing, and the three realms are in turmoil. The greatest dark turmoil is coming, and I don't know how many souls will return to the netherworld. Amitabha. He was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, an extremely terrifying almighty of Buddhism. At the beginning of the world, he had made a great promise. Although he was a bodhisattva, he was respected by all living beings. Bodhisattva, Tongtian has issued a decree to appoint Yi Xian as the celestial emperor of the three realms. I'm afraid that even Yama and the underworld will not be spared. Please make preparations, Bodhisattva. The 18-meter-long spirit beast was called Truth Listener. It was capable of knowing everything and everything in the world. It was capable of prying into the depths of the underworld, capable of detecting and understanding everything. It was a unique existence in the three dimensions. Hearken, you can know about the past and the future. Can you know about Yi Tiandi's past? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked benevolently. The mysteries of heaven are not revealed, and the past is uncertain. This celestial emperor Yi is too strange. I can't divine anything, the Harkin said bitterly. Amitabha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted softly, I hope this Yi Tiandi can remember the heavens, so that there will be less killing in the three realms. In the depths of the underworld, in the blood sea of the netherworld. The blood sea was boundless. Countless ghostly shadows floated in the sea of blood. A Tongtian figure sat cross-legged on a 12th-grade blood-red lotus. The bloody light around him rippled in all directions, causing the sea of blood to churn and the ghostly shadows to howl in anger. The two killing swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, were the most powerful and evil killing weapons below the four immortal slaying swords. They were currently circling around the 12th-grade blood-red lotus. As long as the blood seed did not wither, the Nether River would not die. He was the Nether River Patriarch, also known as the Nether River Patriarch. He was a great master of the Tongtian and one of the demi-saints in the world. He sat on the 12th-grade red lotus of karmic fire, a supreme treasure in the world. He created the Azura clan in the blood sea and possessed an indestructible body. As long as the blood seed did not wither, not even a saint could kill him. The Nether River Patriarch was also one of the most difficult demi-saints in the world. Rumble. The blood sea churned and the souls of the dead wailed. The Nether River Patriarch slowly opened his eyes. He quickly pinched his fingers and waves spread to the blood sea in all directions as if he was deducing some kind of heavenly secret. The Tongtian Dharma decree and the Celestial Emperor descends. This Yi Xian's past is unclear and his future is uncertain. Could he be the main character in the dark turmoil? The Nether River Patriarch said in a hoarse voice. The 12th-grade red lotus of karmic fire beneath him was buzzing. No matter how he deduced Yi Xian's past and future, all he saw was a fog. Suddenly, the Nether River Patriarch's aura paused, and even the churning blood sea stilled. After a dozen breaths, the blood sea began to churn again, but the Nether River Patriarch's voice was filled with extreme surprise. This kid actually has a great karma with me. Interesting, interesting indeed. I would like to see if this kid has good or bad karma with me. The Nether River Patriarch laughed eerily. As his smile disappeared, his vast and gloomy voice echoed in the endless blood sea. Where is Shiva? Your disciple is here. A blood-colored shadow stood quietly beside the Nether River Patriarch. Pluck 3 blood god fruits and send them to the Celestial Court as a congratulatory gift from the Celestial Emperor to Yi Xian. Tell Yi Tiandi that if he has time, he can come to my blood sea. Tell him that I'm inviting him to sit down and discuss Tao in the blood sea, the Nether River Patriarch said softly. Yes, Master. Shiva received the order and left. Yi Xian. Yi Tiandi. Ha. The Nether River Patriarch laughed loudly and muttered, regardless of the dark turmoil or the great calamity of the world, as long as the blood sea does not dry up, I will live forever. If this Yi Xian can help me attain Tao, it would not be a waste for me to use these 3 blood god fruits to befriend him. Earth Immortal Realm, 5 Manor Temple. Under the ginseng fruit tree, a black-bearded Taoist in a purple-gold robe sat cross-legged. Qing Feng Mingyu. Ancestral Master, what are your orders? 2 Taoist children appeared and bowed to the Grand Immortal Zhenyuan. Pluck a ginseng fruit and send it to the 33rd Celestial Court. The Grand Immortal Zhenyuan closed his eyes as his voice was calm. Upon hearing the Grand Immortal Zhenyuan's words, the 2 Taoist children's expressions changed slightly. One of them probed, Ancestral Master, although this Yi Tiandi is the new lord of the 3 realms, the ginseng fruit is a panacea. How is he qualified to? Foolish children. This celestial emperor is not the Jade Emperor. A mere ginseng fruit is nothing to me. Don't say anything more. Go and return quickly, the Grand Immortal Zhenyuan said calmly. Yes, Ancestral Master. The 2 Taoist children bowed and answered. As the 2 Taoist children plucked the ginseng fruit and headed to the 33rd Celestial Court, the Grand Immortal Zhenyuan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the 33rd Celestial Court from afar as an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. Then, he closed his eyes again to rest. Western Spirit Mountain. The chanting of the 3,000 truths rumbled as Duobao Rolai frowned. A hint of worry flashed across his calm eyes. Tongtian's decree had spread throughout the 3 realms. How could Duobao Rolai not have sensed it? Although he did not personally witness the Jade Emperor's soul dispersing, he had come to this conclusion by pinching his fingers. However, what shocked him the most was that the Tong Tian had actually bestowed a saint's decree to confer Yi Xian as the new celestial emperor. Chapter 481. One had to know that the Lord of the 3 realms was no small matter. In name, he ruled over all living beings in the 3 realms. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were conferred the title by the first saint of the heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor Hongjun. To put it bluntly, even the Western sect's Mount Numinous had to obey the celestial emperor's will. However, the Jade Emperor was weak and forbearing in the past, so he did not dare to command the 3 realms. However, Yi Xian was definitely not the Jade Emperor. If he became the lord of the 3 realms and issued the celestial emperor's decree to Mount Numinous, what would Duobao Rolai do? That was only one of his worries. What worried Duobao Rolai the most was that Tong Tian did not care about the thoughts of the other saints. He was extremely domineering and privately conferred Yi Xian as the celestial emperor of the 3 realms. This also meant that the great God-conferment tribulation of the past would repeat itself. The battle of Tao orthodoxy was no small matter. Duobao Rolai did not need to think to know that Tong Tian was going all out. He saw Yi Xian as the person who would make Jie school prosper and make Jie school rise again in the 3 realms. Duobao Rolai was once Tongtian's favorite disciple. He also knew his teacher's temperament very well. He was an extremely protective person. Although he was a saint, his evil aura was monstrous. Saints should not have taken action during the great God-conferment tribulation back then. However, Tong Tian saw his disciples retreat in defeat. They either died or were injured. He directly manifested the 3 realms and ignored the saint's dignity to personally destroy Chan's school. This caused the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue to appear in the world. The 2 saints joined forces to fight against Tong Tian, and that battle nearly shattered the 3 realms. After that, the 2 Western saints joined in. Although Tong Tian had the Immortal Slaying Array and set up the 10,000 Immortals Array that could destroy the world, he still retreated in defeat. This was also Tongtian's biggest worry. As Tongtian's eldest disciple, Taoist Duobao knew his master too well. The anger and resentment of the great God-conferment tribulation had always been in Tongtian's heart. He was afraid that Yi Xian becoming the celestial emperor was also the beginning of the great God-conferment tribulation of heaven. Amitba. Duobao Rolai said sympathetically, Yi Xian, Yi Tiandi. With the saint's protection, even this penniless monk won't be able to stop you from ascending to the position of celestial emperor. I hope you can be grateful for the blessings of the 3 realms. If you continue to kill, even this penniless monk's master won't be able to save you. Duobao Rolai shook his head helplessly. It was as if he could see Yi Xian's future. Duobao Rolai knew very well that Yi Xian wasn't the Jade Emperor. When he ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, he definitely wouldn't be as weak and patient as the Jade Emperor. The 3 realms would definitely be in turmoil because of him. Although Yi Xian had ascended to Celestial Emperor and had the support of the Tong Tian, one should not forget that there were a total of 6 sages in this world. The Tong Tian was only one of them. If Yi Xian went too far and attracted the attention of the other sages, he would only end up dead. Of course, Duobao Rolai also had a huge hidden worry. However, he suppressed this thought with all his might. This was because this hidden worry in his heart made him feel fearful. This hidden worry was actually related to the legend of the 7th saint. Pangu split the heavens and Hongjun passed down the Tao. There were a total of 7 saint positions in this world. This was what Tao ancestor Hongjun said personally. Tao ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao and represented the will of the heavenly Tao. He wasn't a saint and had transcended the three realms. He was an immeasurable heavenly Tao saint. There were 7 saint positions. Tao ancestor Hongjun had bestowed 7 streaks of primordial violet vapor. This was also the key to becoming a saint. The 3 pure ones had relied on the primordial violet vapor to become a saint. The 2 saints of the West had also relied on the primordial violet vapor to become a saint. The 6th saint, Nuwa, had 2 great merits, mending the heavens and creating humans. She had also relied on the primordial violet vapor to become the 6th saint. However, there were a total of 7 saint positions under the heavenly Tao. 6 saints had already appeared, but there was still a saint missing. The whereabouts of the 7th streak of primordial violet vapor was also unknown. Duobao Rulai was afraid. He was afraid that the last saint would be born in this great tribulation. He was even more afraid that Yi Xian would be the last saint in this world. The mystical mountain of the West had a great enmity with Yi Xian. As the master of the mystical mountain, he naturally bore the brunt of it. If Yi Xian was really the last saint in this world, he, Duobao Rulai, would definitely be in great trouble. The most crucial problem was that the 7th saint position was empty. Whether it was a quasi-saint or a figure in the 3rd watershed of the grand heavenly Tao, everyone was scheming to seize the last saint position. If Yi Xian was really the last heaven's destined saint, this would also sever the path of all Daoyuo Jingxian and quasi-saints. Duobao Rulai felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles when he thought of this outcome. He felt a chill run down his spine. He kept praying in his heart, hoping that Yi Xian wasn't the heaven's destined saint. The boundless land was vast and boundless. Prehistoric ancient beasts galloped on the ground. Ancient divine birds whistled in the sky. An ancient and boundless aura rushed over, as if it was bringing people back to the distant and unknown prehistoric lands. The Tongtian Peak pierced the clouds. Countless powerful shamans galloped in the mountains. They tore apart prehistoric ancient beasts with their bare hands. When they reached the heavens in a single step, they killed the ancient divine birds. They laughed wildly between the heavens and the earth. Their domineering auras, which were bathed in the blood of beasts, bloomed wildly in this vast land. This was the ancient land of the shaman tribe. Although it was located in the 3 realms, it was independent. With the shaman tribe's divine technique, it was impossible for even Daoyuo Jingxian to enter the ancient land of the shaman tribe. During the Great Shaman War, the shaman tribe suffered heavy casualties. They retreated to this ancestral land and recuperated for an eternity. This was also the last pure land of the shaman tribe. A white jade palace stood on top of the Tongtian Peak. A slender and graceful figure stood alone on the peak, looking up at the sky. He became the celestial emperor. The goddess of Guanghan murmured. A hint of joy appeared in her starry eyes. Shao Yi, don't think about him anymore. Even if he has the Tongtian support, even if he reached the zenith heaven realm, killed the Jade Emperor, and became the master of the 3 realms, so what? Brother Quafu. The goddess of Guanghan whispered softly. A hint of helplessness flashed across her eyes. Quafu walked across the sky and stood behind the goddess of Guanghan. Looking at the cold back of the goddess of Guanghan, he sighed and said, Shao Yi, although he became the celestial emperor, he was also involved in the dispute of the 3 realms. He even started the immeasurable calamity. He will eventually fall between heaven and earth. You'd better not be too entangled with him. Unfortunately, Quafu's advice did not move the goddess of Guanghan. She just stared at the sky above her head in a daze, as if she was looking at Yi Xian in the celestial court through the ancient world of the shaman tribe. Looking at the goddess of Guanghan, Quafu shook his head helplessly and said, "The Yi is about to come out of seclusion. If he knows that you miss Yi Xian, he will definitely go to the celestial court to fight with him. Think about it carefully." After saying that, Quafu turned and left. However, he did not see the sadness in the goddess of Guanghan's eyes. Yi Xian, if you can become a sage to be one day, we will have a chance to meet again. The goddess of Guanghan smiled bitterly. Her eyes became more and more absent-minded. Chapter 482. 33 Layers of the Celestial Court, 100,000-mile Jade Lake. Yi Xian sat high on the throne of the Celestial Emperor. The immortals of the Jia sect looked excited as they bowed and worshipped Yi Xian. The rest of the immortals looked pale, but they still stood up from their cushions and bowed to Yi Xian. They even shouted the name of Yi Tiandi. Obviously, when the Tong Tian gave the saint's decree to make Yi Xian the rightful celestial emperor, no one could go against the saint's decree. That would be suicidal. Everyone below the saint was an ant. The saint's will could not be defied. This was not just a saying. It was an unchanging law. Rise, my dear friends. Yi Xian had a smile on his face as he looked at the immortals in all directions. His voice was calm and unwavering, and no one could tell that he was excited at all. However, Yi Xian's clenched fists betrayed his feelings, proving how excited he was. How many years had it been? A total of 6,000 years. He had spent 6,000 years in order to seize the Celestial Emperor's throne. When he first entered the Celestial Court from the human realm to the Earth Immortal realm, he was only a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal. He was just an ant in the three realms. He plotted, killed, and fled for millions of miles. He fought with immortals from all over the world. He even struggled at death's door under the oppression of various orthodoxies. Yi Xian kept telling himself that he would rise in the three realms sooner or later. He would definitely take the Celestial Emperor's throne and make all living beings in the three realms worship him. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Today, after 6,000 years, he finally ascended the Celestial Emperor's throne and made all the immortals bow to him. He could finally stand between heaven and earth and was no longer the weak person of the past. Of course, ascending the Celestial Emperor's throne was only the beginning. Yi Xian knew that he still had a long way to go. However, he believed that he was not as easy to bully as the Jade Emperor. He would also let all living beings in the three realms know that since he, Yi Xian, was the lord of the three realms, all living beings had to act according to his will. All lands under the heavens belonged to the emperor, and all lands were the emperor's subjects. All living beings respected the lord of the three realms. Since he was the celestial emperor, he could suppress all enemies in the world. He did not kill or bully the immortals of various orthodoxies. When the saint's decree was issued, Yi Xian's name was the Celestial Emperor. Yi Xian did not want to kill people as he did in the past. Yi did not want him to do it. In 100 years, I will ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. By then, I invite all orthodoxies to gather in the Heavenly Court. Of the immortals of the Immortal Realm immortals. And immortals of the Jade immortals sighed helplessly and left. And immortals left IMS. Palace. Of palace. The palace had no roof, and the stars filled the sky. Yi Xian sat on the Celestial Emperor's throne. Zhao Gongming and the Goddess of Golden Spirit stood below him. Emperor Ziwei and Shen Gongbao sat beside Yi Xian. There were no outsiders. Congratulations to the Celestial Emperor for ascending to the position of Celestial Emperor. The entire Jia sect will never betray you. Zhao Gongming said excitedly. Haha. Shen Gongbao stroked his beard and laughed. Fellow Taoist Gongming, we have to change the way we address him. We should call him Yi Tiandi. Not bad, not bad. A worthy younger brother is stupid. Zhao Gongming slapped his forehead and laughed. Goddess of Golden Spirit greets Yi Tiandi. The Goddess of Golden Spirit bowed. This could be considered that she had officially met Yi Xian. It also proved that the Jia sect's zenith heaven had already recognized Yi Xian as the Celestial Emperor. Goddess, there's no need to be so polite, Yi Xian said with a smile. Celestial Emperor, my Jia sect has declined since the great God conferment tribulation. I thought that there would be no chance for us to rise again. However, the heavens have blessed my Jia sect. Celestial Emperor, you have appeared out of nowhere. You will definitely lead my Jia sect to rise again in the three realms, the goddess of golden spirit said sincerely. Looking at the goddess of golden spirit's solemn expression, Yi Xian's smile disappeared. He knew that the goddess of golden spirit still had something to say. It was probably related to Daluo Jingxian and the others. As expected, the goddess of golden spirit paused for a moment and continued, ever since the great God conferment tribulation, the immortals of my Jia sect have either died or been conferred as gods by the god role. Although endless time has passed and my Jia sect has declined, there are still more than 10 Daluo Jingxian who are still alive. I have already sent a message for them to rush to the celestial court. They will definitely assist the celestial emperor in doing something big. As soon as the goddess of golden spirit finished speaking, Yi Xian nodded. He knew that the goddess of golden spirit was expressing her loyalty to him on behalf of the Jia sect. Don't worry, goddess. As long as the Jia sect does not let me down, I will definitely not let them down. Yi Xian said solemnly. He was also telling the goddess of golden spirit that as long as the Jia sect was loyal to him, he would definitely not mistreat the people of the Jia sect. Celestial Emperor, there are many things waiting to be done. The people of the 33rd Celestial Court are in a state of panic. The most important thing now is to appease the people, Zhao Gongming suggested. Shen Gongbao nodded and agreed, Gongming, a worthy younger brother is right. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. Stabilizing the people of the Celestial Court is the most important thing. As the two of them finished speaking, Yi Xian did not say anything. Instead, he thought for a while and said, the Celestial Court is weak and only exists in name. These so-called immortals are too mediocre. Even if there are scheming people among them, there is nothing to be afraid of. I have seen the immortals of the Celestial Court, and there are almost no immortals in the All-Heaven realm, let alone the so-called Daluo Jingxian. I have the intention to expand the power of the Celestial Court. Do you have any suggestions? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Shen Gongbao and the others were slightly stunned. Obviously, they could see that Yi Xian had great ambitions. This also made Shen Gongbao probe, Celestial Emperor, you mean? There is no discrimination in education. 10,000 immortals will come. Yi Xian's gaze was strange, but his voice was very calm. As Yi Xian's words fell, the few people present were stunned. Only Shen Gongbao and the other immortals of the Jia sect had an indescribable passion in their eyes. There is no discrimination in education. 10,000 immortals will come. This sentence came from Tong Tian. Before the apatheicized war, the Jia sect could be said to be the first orthodoxy in the world. Even if the Chan sect and the Western Buddhism joined forces, they would not dare to say that they could crush the Jia sect. Regardless of whether it was demons, ghosts, or orthodox immortals, as long as they had the ability and talent, they could join the Jia sect. Tong Tian was not stingy. He passed down great divine sense to his disciples, and for a time, the Jia sect had the reputation of having 10,000 immortals come. Although the Jia sect was the first orthodoxy in the world before the apatheicized tribulation, because it accepted hundreds of rivers, its disciples were naturally mixed. This could be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. Today, Yi Xian shouted the slogan of the Jia sect in the past, which was also the doctrine of the Jia sect in the past. Naturally, he had a plan in mind. First of all, the celestial court of the 33 celestial court commanded all living beings in the three realms. However, they did not have the strength to match the celestial court. Look at the group of immortals. The highest cultivation level was only a primordial unity golden immortal. Even Daluo Jingxian was only the 4 great emperors. The rest of the Daluo immortals were even more obedient. It could be said that the 33 celestial court of the 33 celestial court was really weak in the world. Among the 4 great emperors, Emperor Zhenwu was killed in the past. Emperor Go Chen's whereabouts were unknown. Now that Yi Xian had ascended to the position of celestial emperor, only Emperor Ziwei was left among the 4 great emperors. Chapter 483. This was because Empress Myrtle Star was on good terms with Yi Xian. If it was someone else who sat on the throne, Empress Myrtle Star would have long since left. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly court was too weak. Expanding the celestial court strength and building a true supreme celestial court was the first thing Yi Xian wanted to do after he became the celestial emperor. Yi Xian liked this saying very much because it could help him improve the strength of the celestial court quickly. Of course, Yi Xian didn't recruit just anyone. If it was like the Jia school back then, even though he was extremely powerful, he would still end up in a decline due to the fact that his disciples were all good and bad. In fact, the root of all this was Tong Tian. Although Tong Tian was a saint, he was not a good leader. He was too protective of his disciples. Even if there were people who were disloyal, Tong Tian could not bear to kill them. This was also Tong Tian's biggest weakness, and he was not a qualified leader. For example, Duo Bao Rolai was the first disciple of Tong Tian, but he turned to the Western sect during the Great God Investiture Tribulation and became the master of the Western spiritual mountain. Tong Tian did not care about it. Although he was angry, he did not kill Duo Bao Rolai because of the saint's face. However, Yi Xian was different. He believed in killing ruthlessly. Anyone who did not listen to him would die, regardless of whether they were enemies or subordinates. Yi Xian's will could not be defied. Anyone who was disloyal would be killed. This was also Yi Xian's way of doing things. Yi Xian was very clear. No matter if it was demons, ghosts, or immortals of the evil Tao, as long as their cultivation was high enough and they acted ruthlessly enough, they could be recruited into the celestial court. They could be imparted with great magical powers and be given spiritual medicines. Of course, Yi Xian was not Tong Tian. Although he was protective, there was a limit. If someone dared to betray him, Yi Xian would let that person know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Yi Xian said calmly, "Shen Gongbao, pass my decree to the 3 realms. No matter if it is demons, ghosts, or immortals of the evil Tao, anyone with great ability can be listed as an immortal and become a great immortal of the celestial court." "Yes, celestial emperor." Shen Gongbao answered respectfully. "Zhao Gongming, I confer you the title of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Investigate all the immortals in the 33 heavens. Anyone who is incompetent and mediocre will be stripped of his immortal position and banished to the mortal world." A series of orders were issued, and Zhao Gongming kept them in mind. However, a somber atmosphere rose in the bullfighting palace. Obviously, Yi Xian did not intend to stabilize the hearts of the people. What was stabilizing the hearts of the people? The current celestial court was just a joke. The so-called immortals were extremely mediocre. Why would Yi Xian care about these good-for-nothings? If they were obedient, he could be at ease as a little immortal official. If they were not obedient, he could just kill them all. Because Yi Xian wanted to build a supreme celestial court, these good-for-nothings were useless to him. Moreover, the most important problem was Yi Xian had just become the new celestial emperor, and Tong Tian had issued a decree. However, he still needed to go through the formalities, and that was the coronation ceremony in 100 years. Why did Yi Xian want to postpone the coronation ceremony to 100 years later? He was giving the orthodoxies a chance to prepare, and also giving himself time to reorganize the celestial court. 100 years later, he would worship the heavens and ascend to the throne. The leaders of the orthodoxies would have to attend the ceremony. This was also a necessary process. Since Yi Xian wanted to ascend to the throne, he would not be as weak as the Jade Emperor. He wanted to reinvent the celestial court in 100 years. When the leaders of the orthodoxies came to the celestial court, he would also express his attitude to them. What attitude? Yi Xian, the master of the three realms, commanded the heavens and earth. Those who obey me will live, and those who resist me will die. This was the attitude Yi Xian wanted to express. He was not the Jade Emperor of the past, who had his hands tied in front of the orthodoxies. Anyone who disobeyed his orders would be the enemy of Yi Xian. And those who became Yi Xian's enemy would only face death. After Yi Xian finished explaining everything, Shen Gongbao and the others left the bullfighting palace, following Yi Xian's instructions. This left only Emperor Ziwei and Yi Xian in the bullfighting palace. Heaven Emperor, you. Without waiting for Empress Myrtle Star to finish speaking, Yi Xian lightly interrupted her and said, "Big brother, there's no need to call me that. Although we haven't become sworn brothers, little brother will remember big brother's kindness from back then." Looking at Yi Xian's sincere face, Emperor Ziwei smiled happily, knowing that he had not misjudged Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had ascended to the throne, he did not show any signs of arrogance. "Heaven Emperor, you can't do that. Since you are the master of the three realms, you can't be careless with the way you address me," Emperor Ziwei said. "Brother, you must be joking. If you were in front of outsiders, you would respect me as the heavenly emperor. However, when there's no one around, please call me brother." Yi Xian smiled as he spoke. All right." Emperor Ziwei laughed out loud. "A worthy younger brother, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Emperor Ziwei's smile disappeared, and his expression turned solemn. "Brother, please say it," Yi Xian said softly. 10 breaths passed, and Emperor Ziwei seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Xian did not disturb him, as if he knew what Emperor Ziwei wanted to say. "A worthy younger brother, you are now the Heaven Emperor and the master of the three realms in name. But you have to know that the battle of orthodoxies is no small matter. Even though the Tong Tian is supporting you, the other orthodoxies also have sages by their side." Emperor Ziwei said worriedly, then looked at Yi Xian and continued, "A worthy younger brother, listen to my advice. Since you have become the master of the three realms, you should let go of the grudge between you and the spiritual mountains Chan school. Only then can you stabilize your position as Heaven Emperor." Yi Xian shook his head when he heard Emperor Ziwei's words. His eyes were slightly drifting, and he murmured, "Brother, you don't know. As the saying goes, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. If I act like the Jade Emperor, even if I can live in peace for thousands of years, I will only be a pawn in the hands of the sages." When Yi Xian said this, the Daluo immortal light rose slightly, and he slowly rose from the Heaven Emperor's throne. When he opened and closed his eyes, he looked at the world in all directions, and an extremely domineering and fierce aura bloomed around him. "I, Yi Xian, have cultivated for 6,000 years. I have never thought of being under anyone, and I have never thought of enduring humiliation to survive. Since I have become the master of the three realms, I naturally have to command the three realms. Even if the orthodoxies have sages by their side, they cannot stop me." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around to look at Empress Myrtle Star. His eyes were faintly glowing as he said, "Brother, if you're willing to stay by my side and help me achieve great things, then if I, Yi Xian, ascend to the saint throne one day, the throne of the heavenly emperor will also be taken by you." Hiss. Emperor Ziwei sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yi Xian in shock. His entire person became a little sluggish. He had never thought that Yi Xian would have such great ambitions. He actually coveted the high and mighty position of a sage. Chapter 484. A worthy younger brother, you. Emperor Ziwei had a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't know what to say. "Elder brother, whether you believe it or not, the position of Celestial Emperor is just the beginning. In the future, I will definitely become a sage, but right now, I need elder brother's help. Yi Xian sincerely said, his words filled with great confidence. Looking at Yi Xian's expectant eyes, Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. He knew that Yi Xian wanted him to stay in the celestial court. Emperor Ziwei fell into great hesitation. This also made him take a deep breath. After 10 breaths of time, he looked up at Yi Xian. His gaze became firm as he said, "Good. Since a worthy younger brother wants to become a sage, then I, Ziwei, am not a coward. I will help a worthy younger brother." 3 days and 3 nights passed. Emperor Ziwei walked out of the bullfighting palace. No one knew what the two talked about, but Emperor Ziwei directly went to the lower realm. 100 years later, when Yi Xian officially ascended the throne, he would return to the celestial court again. It was just that on that day, he wouldn't be himself. Perhaps he would bring Yi Xian a big surprise. In the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian looked up at the luminous stars. When his eyes opened and closed, a firm light flashed through them. His hoarse voice also echoed in the bullfighting palace. The struggle for the great Tao, all laws of the heart, this is just the beginning. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Xian's mouth. His 3,000 blood threads turned black, and the blood moon mark on his forehead disappeared. His face instantly turned pale. This was because he had been in the state of the tribulation transcender transformation. Although this was a heaven-defying technique, it also put a great burden on Yi Xian. When everyone left, the backlash of the tribulation transcender transformation finally appeared. Fortunately, Yi Xian cultivated a technique that used strength to prove one's Tao. For him, this backlash could be recovered as long as he cultivated for a period of time. The 3 dimensions were in an uproar, and all living beings were in an uproar. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother had perished, and Yi Xian had become the new Celestial Emperor. When this news spread throughout the 3 realms, it immediately caused an uproar in the 3 realms. They simply couldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. Before the living beings of the 3 realms could recover from this matter, a piece of news that shocked the 3 realms spread. The Celestial Emperor's decree spread throughout the 3 realms. This was the first time Yi Tiandi had issued a decree. There were only 8 words: education without discrimination, 10,000 immortals pay homage. Whether it was demons, ghosts, immortals of the 2 evil sects, or even many unknown itinerant immortals, they were all shocked by Yi Xian's decree. This was because they knew very well what these words meant. Since ancient times, immortals and demons couldn't coexist. It was the wish of every monster to become an orthodox immortal. They didn't want to walk the 3 realms with the name of demons all day long. If they could become great immortals of the celestial court, their birth would become orthodox. Just as some of the demons were hesitating and didn't know whether they should join Yi Xian or not, a shocking piece of news came over. The monster kings of the 72 grottos of Mount Huaguo were all heading towards the celestial court. The sky-devouring toad and other great monster kings of the North Continent were also heading towards the celestial court. All of a sudden, a group of monsters gathered, setting off a huge wave in the 3 realms. The 3 realms were vast and boundless. It was unknown how many great experts were hidden. They didn't have any orthodoxies, nor did they have any origins. Some of them were just small monsters that had cultivated the Tao and lived for endless years before reaching the zenith heavenly realm. Although they weren't well known, they did exist in various parts of the 3 realms. However, under the suppression of various orthodoxies, they had no choice but to lay low. Yi Xian was a fearsome name. When he became the Celestial Emperor, some great experts of the 2 evil sects were unusually excited. Everyone in the 3 realms knew that Yi Tiandi had never cared about one's origins. Back in the North Continent, he'd taken the form of a Tongtian monster and had 10 monster kings under his command. Now that Yi Xian had killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, he'd gained the Tongtian support and become the new ruler of the 3 realms. This was an opportunity for all great experts of the 2 evil sects to rise to prominence. It would also allow them to stand on equal footing with the immortals of the other orthodoxies. As the news spread, it spread from 1 person to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000. When the news spread throughout the 3 realms, countless demon kings and evil fiends rushed to the heavenly court. The southern heavenly gate of the 33rd celestial court was wide open. The 4 heavenly kings wore bitter expressions, but they could only smile apologetically as they allowed all kinds of demons to enter the celestial court. There was no lack of extremely terrifying great experts of the evil sections. The Blood King, the moon-devouring great crocodile, the evil immortal of unruffled emotions, the demoness of 9 desires, demons danced wildly as evil sects gathered. There were even many itinerant immortals among them. For a moment, the 33rd celestial court was bustling with activity. There were grand unity golden immortals, great firmament mystic immortals, and even great evildoers of the 3rd firmament of zenith heavenly realm. The number of them was unimaginably terrifying. Clearly, they had all come for Yi Xian's name. Tens of thousands of immortals came to court. This grand occasion appeared in the celestial court. These monstrous demons all came for Yi Xian because they saw Yi Xian as a kindred spirit. After all, Yi Xian himself was a peerless demon. Skyward Palace. Dojos rose from the ground as temporary residences for the demons. Shen Gongbao held the celestial ending sword in his hand to suppress the place. This also prevented some hot-tempered demons from causing trouble. Time passed day by day. The 33rd celestial court was overcrowded. Tongtian monster kings, great experts of the 2 evil sects, and great experts of the lower realm were all waiting patiently for Yi Xian to officially ascend to the throne of celestial emperor in 100 years. This was because when Yi Xian ascended to the throne and conferred titles to the various immortals, the old order of the celestial court would be broken and the once useless immortals of the celestial court would be abolished. The vacated important positions in the celestial court would naturally be occupied by the capable. This was also the reason why all the great demons and immortals had gathered in the celestial court. During this time, the most bitter were the original members of the celestial court. Most of them were immortals from the Chan sect. They were cautious every day, deeply afraid that Yi Xian, the new celestial emperor, would make an example out of their old subjects. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying attention to these old subjects of the celestial court. In his eyes, they were nothing more than trash. 90 years passed in a hurry. There were 10 years left before the 100-year deadline. The great orthodoxies of the 3 realms were preparing to head to the celestial court to attend Yi Xian's coronation. In the depths of the celestial court, in the peach garden, peach blossoms filled the air and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The boundless peach garden was rich with immortal qi. Just one breath of it would greatly increase one's cultivation. The peach garden was one of the forbidden areas of the celestial court. Apart from the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, no one else was allowed to enter. Moreover, the peach garden was protected by the Great Barrier Formation. Even Daluo Jingxian wouldn't be able to enter. Yi Xian sat cross-legged under a Tongtian peach tree. Dozens of peach pits were piled up beside him. Judging from the appearance of the pits, they were all 9,000-year-old immortal peaches. Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, causing the space around him to distort slightly. Yi Xian opened his eyes. A total of 36 9,000-year-old peaches of immortality only increased my cultivation base by 1 celestial layer. Aside from the first peach, which gave me a great boost in my cultivation base, the other peaches only gave me a slight boost in my immortal power. Yi Xian murmured to himself and shook his head slowly. He knew that he was walking the path of becoming a saint through strength. The immortal qi he needed would definitely exceed that of an ordinary Daluo Jingxian. However, he didn't expect that 38 9,000-year-old immortal peaches would only increase his cultivation to the second sky of Daluo Jingxian. Celestial Emperor. Suddenly, a golden light quietly appeared beside Yi Xian. Shen Gongbao's incarnation appeared. What is it? Yi Xian sat cross-legged without moving. His voice was calm. Thousands of demons have gathered in the celestial court. Among them, there are 6 Daluo Jingxian. The Golden Spirit Saintess has brought back 5 Daluo Jingxian. Your former subordinates are also waiting to meet you in the celestial court. When would you like to meet them? Shen Gongbao asked respectfully. In 10 years, I will officially ascend to the position of Celestial Emperor. I will naturally meet them then. However, before that, I still need to meet someone. This person is too important. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He stood up from under the peach tree. When he took a step forward, he quietly disappeared from the peach garden. Chapter 485. 33rd Layer of Heaven, Tushita Palace. Other than Tao ancestor Hongjun, the strongest of the 6 great sages was the sect master of the Ren sect. Laozi was the strongest and his title was the Grand Pure One, the Lord of Tao and Virtue. He was the leader of the 3 Clear Ones. There was a widely circulated story about Lao Tzu becoming a saint. Before Lao Tzu attained Tao, he happened to pass by a farm one day. On a whim, he asked a farmer a question. Lao Tzu said, "How high is the sky, how wide is the earth?" The farmer replied, 9 zhang is the sky, 5 mu is the earth. Lao Tzu asked in surprise, "Boundless heaven and earth, how can it be so big?" The farmer laughed foolishly and said, "When I look up, I see 9 zhang of sky. When I look down, I see 5 mu of farmland. This is my heaven and earth." Lao Tzu was surprised, and then suddenly understood. He bowed 3 times to the farmer. After a moment of epiphany, Lao Tzu attained Tao. Riding a green ox, he passed through Han Valley, his purple aura vast and mighty for 30,000 li. He even made a great vow to establish Ren Jiao, and finally became the first saint after Hongjun. In Tushita Palace, there was a Taoist named Taishang Laojun. Legend has it that Taishang Laojun was one of Lao Tzu's external incarnations. He replaced Lao Tzu in overseeing the celestial court, assisting Tian Di in managing the 3 realms. There was also a legend that Taishang Laojun was formed from the good corpse that Laozi had chopped off after he failed to become a saint by cutting off the 3 corpses. However, this saying was too vague and could not be taken seriously. As everyone knew, the celestial court had 33 layers of heaven. The Fighting Bull Palace and Lingxiao Hall were located at the 32nd layer, overseen by Tian Di. As for the 33rd layer, it was Taishang Laojun's Tao Field, Tushita Palace. It must be said that Tushita Palace had a thunderous reputation in the 3 realms. There was no living creature that did not know of Tushita Palace's existence. 9 transformations Daluo Jindan, Jade Marrow Cleansing Jindan, Eternal Creation Dan, any kind of medicinal pill could make a mortal immediately become an immortal after taking it. It could also significantly improve the immortal's cultivation base. If the Tushita Palace was a forbidden area of the celestial court, it would be more accurate to say that the Tushita Palace was the greatest treasure trove of the celestial court. Of course, there were countless people in the heaven, earth, and mortal realms who coveted the pills in the Tushita Palace. However, after countless years, other than the monkey who had been deliberately arranged by the saint to devour a large number of pills, no one else could casually enter the Tushita Palace. This was because the Tushita Palace was overseen by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who was a clone of the sage Lao Tzu. Unless one was tired of living, who would dare to barge into the Tushita Palace? The 33 Heavens. The simple and unadorned palace was vast and boundless. There were thousands of strands of auspicious energy, and celestial light flourished. Floating clouds rippled in the 33 layers of heaven, and a vast palace stood there faintly discernible. There were 99,999 white jade steps that led straight to Taishang Laojun's Tushita Palace. Amidst the rising clouds, a tall and slender figure was slowly climbing up. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Xian walked up the white jade stairs one step at a time. With every step he took, a strand of Tao sound came from beneath his feet. It was as if his entire body was in harmony with the heavens and earth, giving off a natural feeling of the Tao. There were 50 great Taos, and 49 heavenly Tao. Under the operation of the heavenly Tao, there would always be a chance for survival. Yi Xian was that chance, and he was also the greatest variable in the three realms. Logically speaking, the Tushita Palace was right in front of him. Yi Xian did not have to go through the trouble of climbing the white jade steps. However, Taishang Lao Jun was a clone of the sage Lao Tzu. Since he had paid a visit, he had to show some basic respect. He quickly walked past the 99,999 white jade steps. Amidst the rising clouds, the Tushita Palace could be vaguely seen. 2 Tao children stood on either side of the main door, smiling as they looked at Yi Xian. Greetings, Yi Tiandi. When Yi Xian strolled to the front of the Tushita Palace, the 2 Tao children cupped their hands and bowed. It was as if they were already aware of Yi Xian's arrival and did not make a fuss about it. Golden immortals of the All-Heaven. The 2 Tao children looked like they were carved from jade. They looked very lovable. However, Yi Xian could tell their cultivation levels at a glance. This made him even more curious about Taishang Lao Jun. If the 2 Tao children guarding the door were golden immortals of the All-Heaven, what cultivation level was Taishang Lao Jun in the Tushita Palace? Was he the third watershed of the Zenith Heaven realm? Or, could he be the legendary quasi-sage? Ancestral Master has been waiting in the palace for a long time. Celestial Emperor, please. The 2 Tao children smiled. The main door of the Tushita Palace opened with a rumble. A rich elixir fragrance also spread out from the Tushita Palace. Yi Xian nodded. He dismissed the doubts in his heart and strode into the Tushita Palace. Regardless of whether Taishang Lao Jun was the third watershed of the Daoyuo Dao or the legendary quasi-sage, he had to come today. He would not leave any variables in the celestial court. To put it bluntly, once Yi Xian ascended to the position of celestial emperor, he could not let anyone sleep beside his bed. Taishang Lao Jun was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. This hidden danger had to be dealt with. In the Tushita Palace, a pill furnace was brightly colored. The bottom of the furnace was burning fiercely. The flames were extremely hot. Even though Yi Xian entered the Tushita Palace, he still felt his spirit burning. This also proved that the flames burning the pill furnace were not ordinary. Around the palace, rows of purple golden gourds hung in the void. Specks of golden light and immortal chi rose from the purple golden gourds. Clearly, they contained unimaginable golden pills. An extremely mysterious 8 trigrams formation was engraved in the void. The crisscrossing patterns were extremely mysterious. A white-haired old Taoist was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were closed as if he was meditating. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. He looked at the old Taoist from the void. When he opened and closed his eyes, a cold light quietly flashed across his eyes. Needless to say, this old Taoist was the legendary Taishang Lao Jun. He was also the incarnation of the sage Lao Tzu. He was very strong. He could not see through this person's cultivation. This was what Yi Xian felt at this moment. What made Yi Xian feel a little solemn was that although Taishang Lao Jun was sitting cross-legged in the void and did not show any power, Yi Xian's indestructible primordial spirit was throbbing. It was sending him a signal of danger. "You're here." Taishang Lao Jun slowly opened his eyes. He gently swept the horsetail whisk in his hand. A praying mat quietly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The seat of honor of the celestial emperor. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the praying mat and did not make a sound. This was because he knew that Taishang Lao Jun must have known that he had killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Since he did not come out to stop him, he was indirectly admitting that he had given up the position of Celestial Emperor. He also knew what he had come to the Tushita Palace to do today. The three realms have changed. Yi Tiandi was born with the mandate of heaven. He should think for the safety of the three realms. Only then can he live as long as the heavens and earth and enjoy the position of Celestial Emperor forever, Taishang Laojun said gently. Legend has it that the sage Lao Tzu wanted to imitate Tao ancestor Hongjun and cut the three corpses to become a sage. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. The good corpse that he cut off became Taishang Laojun. I wonder if this is true. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Taishang Laojun was slightly stunned when he heard Yi Xian's words. He looked at Yi Xian thoughtfully. Then, he smiled and said, as the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. When something is false, it becomes true through word of mouth. Chapter 486. Oh. Yi Xian's lips curled into a strange smile as he said, "Does that mean that you're not the incarnation of a saint?" Unfortunately, Taishang Laojun did not answer this question. Instead, he took a deep look at Yi Xian and said, "The Celestial Emperor has come to the Tushita Palace, and I already know why you're here. However, you want me to disappear from the Celestial Court. Don't you think that's an extremely ridiculous thing?" Ha! Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed out loud, causing the entire Tushita Palace to rumble. He looked at Taishang Laojun with a strange look in his eyes. "Logically speaking, your cultivation is above mine, and you've been in the Tushita Palace for countless years. However, you should know that I'm not a useless piece of trash like the Jade Emperor. If you're not willing to help me achieve great things, why would I keep you in the Celestial Court?" Yi Xian's smile disappeared, and his voice gradually turned sinister. It was obvious that he was not just saying it. He had come here to eliminate his biggest hidden danger in the Celestial Court. Taishang Laojun was too famous. Not only was his cultivation unfathomable, but he was also an extraordinary existence in the Celestial Court. Since Yi Xian had become the master of the 3 realms, he would not allow such a hidden danger to remain by his side. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian wanted to completely control the 33 layers of Heavenly Court in his own hands. Under his will, no matter who it was, they would have to act according to his will. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that Taishang Laojun would not listen to his orders. Therefore, he had to eliminate Yi Xian. This was also one of his goals in coming here. Ha! Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Taishang Laojun stroked his beard and laughed. "I didn't expect that I would become the Celestial Emperor's stumbling block. However, does the Celestial Emperor think that he can kill me?" When Taishang Laojun said this, his smile disappeared. A murderous aura rose around him, causing the entire Tushita Palace to distort slightly. An extremely oppressive atmosphere grew. No, no, no. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a wisp of a sneer as he repeatedly refused, and the gaze he shot at Grand Supreme Elderly Lord became even more strange and unfathomable as he said, "Even though I can't discern what realm you're at, I presume you're at least at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Even though I have the intention to kill you, I don't have the ability to do so. However, if I were to spread the news that you've developed a consciousness throughout the 3 dimensions, I wonder what Saint Lao Tzu would think." As Yi Xian's words fell, Taishang Laojun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Yi Xian with extremely sinister killing intent, and an extremely terrifying aura bloomed around him. "You want me to kill you?" Old Lord Taishang said coldly. Where was the benevolent look from before? What a joke. You. Rumble. The mountains and rivers shook as the void collapsed. Yi Xian's expression was cold as the golden immortal light rolled out. The extremely terrifying aura of a celestial emperor burst forth, completely unafraid of Taishang Laojun's threat. "Let's not talk about you not being able to kill me. Even if you had the ability to kill me, would you dare to do so?" Yi Xian said sinisterly, causing Taishang Laojun's expression to darken as the killing intent around him slowly dissipated. Before Lao Tzu attained the Tao, he walked the path of severing the three corpses to become a saint. Back then, he severed the good corpse, and you were formed from the good corpse, becoming Taishang Laojun. In the end, Lao Tzu became a saint through merit, but he placed you in the celestial court. After countless years, you've developed a consciousness of your own. I'm afraid you've always wanted to escape from the saint's control, right? Yi Xian said tirelessly, his words extremely certain. Ha! Taishang Laojun laughed loudly and said, a dignified celestial emperor actually believes in the rumors of the world. I attained the Tao in the primordial age and have nothing to do with Saint Lao Tzu. Your words are simply absurd. Absurd? Yi Xian sneered and said, then I don't understand. Since the primordial age until now, why did you hide here and rarely appear in the eyes of the people of the three realms? Moreover, when I killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, you didn't appear to stop me. Taishang Laojun's expression darkened when he heard Yi Xian's words. He didn't answer Yi Xian's question for a long time. Actually, the reason is very simple. You were formed from the good corpse that Lao Tzu severed. If I'm not wrong, you didn't interfere when I killed the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. I'm afraid it was Saint Lao Tzu's idea, right? Yi Xian chuckled. Even if you're right, so what? Taishang Laojun finally spoke. Taishang Laojun is the celestial emperor. Today, I came to the Tushita Palace to make you leave the celestial court. Logically speaking, you should have left long ago, but you chose to wait for me here. This is not the will of the saint. It also means that you have developed self-awareness and want to see for yourself what kind of person I, Yi Xian, am and whether I can help you break free from the control of the saint. Yi Xian spoke frankly as if he was talking about something very casual. Looking at Yi Xian's confidence, Taishang Laojun remained silent for a long time. It was as if he had silently agreed with Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian, you're very smart, but smart people die very quickly. I hope you can take care of yourself and not find trouble for yourself. Taishang Laojun secretly transmitted his voice. Clearly, he was afraid that the saint would eavesdrop. I can make a deal with you. As for the content of the deal, on this day, the Tushita Palace was in a state of isolation. No one knew what Yi Xian and Taishang Laojun talked about. After 7 days and 7 nights, Taishang Laojun disappeared, leaving only the Tushita Palace in the 33rd heaven. All laws were silent and there were no calamities. Yi Xian stood in the Tushita Palace with his hands behind his back. A strange smile appeared on his lips. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a hint of mockery. Taishang Laojun was very strong. If Yi Xian guessed correctly, this person's cultivation base should be in the 9th heaven of Daoyuo and was about to enter the ranks of quasi-saints. However, Taishang Laojun did not dare to enter the quasi-saint realm. If he did, the Saint Lao Tzu would definitely sense it and kill him mercilessly. Perhaps some people would ask why Yi Xian was so sure that Taishang Laojun was Lao Tzu's good corpse. In fact, the reason was very simple. Yi Xian had the bronze Immortal Sutra in his hands. On the first page of the sutra, there was a record of famous people in the 3 realms. The 6 great saints, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the Nether River Patriarch, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the 12 ancient shamans, and many other mysterious and terrifying people. This page of the sutra recorded the life stories of these people. Whether it was a saint or a quasi-saint Daoyuo, as long as they had an extraordinary background, their life stories were all recorded. It just so happened that Taishang Laojun was the good corpse of the Saint Lao Tzu and was also recorded on this page of the sutra. This page of the sutra was written by Yuanling. Yi Xian was also suspicious and wanted to test Taishang Laojun. However, he did not expect that the sutra said that Taishang Laojun had already developed self-awareness. This was actually true. One could see the whole picture from a single spot. Although Yi Xian had reached a deal with Taishang Laojun, he gradually calmed down after his excitement and discovered something that made him extremely terrified. Chapter 487. This matter was Yuan Ling. Whether it was the saints or the mighty figures of the three realms, the primordial spirit actually knew their roots. Even the great secret of Taishang Laojuan's self-awareness did not escape the eyes of the primordial spirit. Yi Xian's meticulous thinking made him feel that Yuan Ling was even more mysterious. Yi Xian knew that Yuan Ling was definitely not a saint. This was because when he was pursuing Yuan Ling had said that he would have revealed his true form to kill Yi Xian if he was not afraid of the saints knowing his true form. From this, it could be seen that Yuan Ling was not one of the 6 saints of the world. There was no doubt that he was a quasi-saint. Although there were not many quasi-saints, there have been quite a few since the creation of the world. Every one of them was a world-shaking figure. Although Yi Xian did not know which of the quasi-saints Yuan Ling was definitely different from the other quasi-saints. He was an extremely mysterious and terrifying existence. It was simply unimaginable that a quasi-saint could know the secrets of the saints without being detected by the 6 great saints and had been planning a chessboard of heaven and earth for an eternity. Yi Xian was extremely certain that Yuan Ling had set up a huge chessboard that even included the saints. Yi Xian had no way of knowing who the primordial spirit was, but he had a premonition that perhaps it would not be long before he came into contact with the quasi-saint level and would be able to meet this mysterious teacher of his. His thoughts in chaos and his eyes drifting, Yi Xian slowly shook his head and dispelled his troubled thoughts. No matter what the road ahead was, he would eventually see through the chessboard of heaven and earth that Yuan Ling had set up and find out what Yuan Ling wanted to do. Perhaps that day would also be the day that the two of them would truly resolve their grudges. Yi Xian's thoughts returned to him. He looked around the Tushita palace and a smile appeared on his lips. In fact, he had come to the Tushita palace for 2 reasons. The first was to eliminate the hidden danger that was Taishang Laojun. As for the second reason, it was actually very simple. Pills. That's right, it was a pill. The Tushita Palace was one of the forbidden grounds of the Celestial Court. Countless elixirs had been stored here since time immemorial. Even a mortal could ascend to immortality after consuming one. This was also Yi Xian's greatest trump card in building his foundation. With the immortal pills from the Tushita Palace, he would be able to increase the cultivation of his subordinates extremely quickly. He would truly be able to stand up to the various orthodoxies and become the true master of the 3 worlds. Wine. A purple gold gourd was sucked over by Yi Xian. When Yi Xian pulled out the cork, a dazzling golden light shot out from the purple gold gourd, and an extremely rich pill fragrance wafted out. Crash. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian poured out the 9 revolutions golden elixirs and swallowed them all. Then, he sat cross-legged in the Tushita Palace and began to refine the immortal elixirs in his body. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, Yi Xian first swallowed the 9 revolutions Great Luo Golden Pill, then he didn't let go of any pills that could increase his cultivation. Originally, his cultivation had just stepped into the 2nd layer of the All-Heaven Golden Pill, but on this day, 10 years later, with a loud rumble from within his body, his cultivation had also stepped into the 3rd layer of the All-Heaven Golden Pill. It had been 100 years since Yi Xian returned to the Celestial Court. Under the effects of the peaches of immortality and the golden elixirs, he had stepped into 2 major realms. This was a great opportunity and something that Yi Xian had always wanted to do. In fact, if an ordinary Daoyuo Jingxian ate the peaches of immortality and the golden elixirs like beans like Yi Xian, even a pig would be able to step into the 2nd heavenly layer of Grand Luo. However, Yi Xian walked the path of attaining the Tao through strength. The amount of immortal energy required in his body was unimaginable. Even though he had consumed so many peaches of immortality and the golden elixirs, he had barely stepped into the 3rd heavenly layer of Grand Luo. The path of attaining the Tao through strength was difficult to walk. Yi Xian also deeply understood that he had just stepped into the palace of attaining the Tao through strength. Every increase in his cultivation was a great blessing. Myriad law elixirs and spiritual roots of heaven and earth were things that Yi Xian urgently needed. The peaches of immortality and the golden elixirs were useless to him. Only the legendary ginseng fruit and the immortal elixirs born from the spiritual roots of heaven and earth could increase his cultivation again. Of course, apart from these myriad law elixirs and spiritual roots of heaven and earth, if Yi Xian could devour someone who had reached the third heavenly layer of Grand Luo, his cultivation would skyrocket again. If he could devour a pre-saint, perhaps he could directly step into the third heavenly layer of Grand Luo and see the palace of the pre-saint from afar. Rice had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, and the road had to be walked step by step. Yi Xian understood this principle very well. Even if there was someone who had reached the third heavenly layer of Grand Luo here, Yi Xian did not have the ability to kill him, let alone use the tribulation transcender technique to devour him. Perhaps some people would ask, didn't Yi Xian kill the Jade Emperor? Didn't the Jade Emperor step into the seventh heavenly layer of Grand Luo realm? Why couldn't Yi Xian kill other people who had reached the third heavenly layer of Grand Luo realm? In fact, the reason was very simple. The Jade Emperor had severed his own great Tao foundation and forcibly reached the seventh heavenly layer of Grand Luo realm. Whether it was his cultivation or immortal techniques, he was far from the real third heavenly layer of Grand Luo realm. Yi Xian could naturally kill him by using the tribulation transcender transformation, but if it was someone like Mahamayuri or Duobao Rolai, Yi Xian was not confident that he could kill them. Therefore, although Yi Xian was currently at the third heavenly layer of Grand Luo realm, he did not dare to slack off in his cultivation because he knew that his path had just begun. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, it would be the coronation ceremony, and Yi Xian would officially ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor. In the bullfighting palace. The palace had no roof, and the golden sun shone down. The bright golden sun poured down on Yi Xian's body, illuminating him until he was spotless, as if he had turned into the only thing in the world. Whoosh! A stream of immortal light swallowed Yi Xian's mouth and nose, and the surrounding void rumbled. Heavenly Emperor, please bathe and change your clothes. 9 fairies, with white veils covering their bodies, walked toward Yi Xian with the items worn by the Heavenly Emperor in their hands. A black gold Heavenly Emperor battle robe, a Heavenly Emperor sword emitting immortal light, a pair of 9 dragon cloud boots, and a Heavenly Emperor crown, appeared in the hands of each fairy. A celestial pond appeared, and the clear spring water rippled slightly. Obviously, it was used to bathe and change Yi Xian's clothes. Obviously, today was the day that Yi Xian officially ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, and also the beginning of him becoming the Lord of the 3 realms. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, and the immortal light around him slowly retracted. The 9 fairies were slightly shy, and they began to undress Yi Xian until Yi Xian's glass-like body appeared. Under the shy faces of the 9 fairies, Yi Xian stepped into the celestial spring and let the 9 fairies wash his body. Mist rose from the celestial spring. The 9 fairies undressed and shyly served Yi Xian. Yi Xian leaned against the center of the celestial spring and closed his eyes slightly. There was no awkwardness on his face. Although the 9 fairies were rare in the 3 realms in terms of looks and figures, Yi Xian did not have any thoughts. Clearly, his heart was not here at all. Soon, Yi Xian finished washing and walked out of the celestial spring. With a flash of immortal light, a set of black clothes covered his body, and then he allowed the 9 fairies to comb his sparkling hair. Chapter 488. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, Yi Xian donned the Celestial Emperor battle robe under the service of the 9 fairies. A graceful and noble aura emanated from Yi Xian. The 9 fairies bowed to both sides, not daring to look directly at Yi Xian. A bronze mirror formed. Yi Xian looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes flickered for a moment before he smiled. There wasn't much fluctuation in his heart. Actually, whether it was the so-called Heavenly Emperor battle robe or the Heavenly Emperor sword, they were just external objects. They were just decorations, and Yi Xian had never placed them in his heart. When Yi Xian first entered the Earth Immortal realm, he had fantasized about becoming the Celestial Emperor and wearing the Celestial Emperor battle robe one day. However, when the day really came, Yi Xian didn't feel anything. He wasn't as ecstatic as he imagined. 6,000 years of time could change a lot of things. These 6,000 years of cultivation also allowed Yi Xian to understand a principle. Everything he possessed right now was related to his own cultivation. If it wasn't for his cultivation, even if he wore this Heavenly Emperor's outfit, no one would be convinced by him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about the Celestial Emperor battle robe. Even if he wore black today, he was still the Lord of the Three Realms. No one would dare to defy his will. Your Majesty, all the orthodoxies have arrived. Please head to the observatory to pay your respects to the heavens and officially ascend to the throne. Venus Taibai quickly walked over and bowed to Yi Xian. Rumble. The gates of the bullfighting palace opened. Yi Xian walked out in his Celestial Emperor battle robe. An unimaginable Celestial Emperor aura burst forth. Yi Xian seemed to have turned into a golden sun as he walked towards the observatory. There were no 9 dragons pulling the carriage, nor were there any fairies accompanying him. This was because Yi Xian didn't need these complicated formalities, nor would he put on an act like the Jade Emperor to demonstrate the might of the so-called Master of the Three Realms. One person, one path. As the Celestial Emperor, I can suppress all enemies in the world. This was Yi Xian's boldness and attitude. It was also Yi Xian's stance that told the orthodoxies that he had invincible power and didn't need these useless formations. On the observatory. The ground paved with white jade crystals stretched for 100,000 miles. Countless immortals sat cross-legged on all sides, with many ferocious demons occupying the area. The Celestial Emperor by heaven by the Celestial Emperor's throne by the Celestial Emperor by yi by yi by buys by. The 100,000-mile observatory was filled with endless chatter. These were the voices of various orthodoxies and factions. Although their voices were soft, they couldn't hold up against the sheer number of immortals present. It made the observatory a little noisy. Yi Tiandi is so bold. He hasn't officially ascended to the throne, but he's already expanding the celestial court's influence. What is he trying to do? The Blood King, the moon-devouring great crocodile, the evil immortal of unruffled emotions, the demoness of 9 desires, they're all powerful figures of both evil and demonic sections. If they join the celestial court, won't the celestial court become a gathering place for demons? Shoo, quiet. Don't talk too much. A large number of immortals were discussing this in low voices. When they saw the large number of vicious demons gathered in the heavenly court, a hint of worry flashed through their eyes. However, they hurriedly shut their mouths at the urging of their companions, deeply afraid that they'd bring disaster upon themselves. It wasn't just the ordinary immortals. The immortals of the various orthodoxies had ugly expressions as well. That was because not only were demons gathering in the celestial court, the golden spirit saintess was also accompanied by several Daluo Jingxian. Judging from their auras, they couldn't be compared to ordinary grand heavenly immortals. They were clearly powerful figures of the Jia sect. The turtle spirit saintess. She's not dead. Tai Zhenren of the Chan sect said darkly. Extreme wariness flashed through his eyes when he saw a female immortal of the Jia sect. The goddess of stone has come into being as well. Chijingzi, the golden immortal of the Chan sect, said solemnly. He had personally witnessed her prowess during the war of the investiture of the gods. The immortals of the Chan sect were silent with solemn expressions. Clearly, the appearance of these powerful figures of the Jia sect in the celestial court also proved that the Jia sect was about to officially rise. Amitabha. The Maitreya Buddha put his palms together and softly chanted a Buddhist name. When he saw the demons gathering in the celestial court and demons everywhere, there was not only helplessness in his eyes, but also an extremely heavy feeling. The celestial emperor has arrived. Clang! 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 Amidst the morning bell and the evening drum, thousands of auspicious vapors, fairies from the 9 heavens were singing, and the celestial court's golden bell was ringing. Amidst the rain of flowers, a beam of golden light walked out of the bullfighting palace and strolled through the skies towards the observatory. Thump! 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 The world was boundless and immeasurable. Yi Xian strode through the skies as a might that could suppress the celestial emperor slowly bloomed, causing those who looked at him to feel extremely inferior. Hum! Heaven and earth buzzed and the void rippled. When the golden light dissipated, Yi Xian's figure appeared. He stood on the observatory and was looking at the various orthodoxies. Yi Xian's eyes were calm and indifferent. However, when he looked at the various orthodoxies, no matter who met Yi Xian's gaze, they would quickly look away, not daring to look at Yi Xian at all. The might of the celestial emperor made the immortals bow their heads. This was the scene that appeared on the observatory. Greetings, Yi Tiandi. Under Shen Gongbao's lead, the immortals of the Jie school bowed to Yi Xian. There were even countless ferocious devils shouting the name of Heavenly Emperor Yi. This also caused the 100,000-kilometer observation platform to rumble, and the sound of mountains and tsunami-like waves rang out endlessly. The Chan sect, the spirited mountain of the west, the 10 kings of hell, and the 4 continents and 4 seas. When these big and small forces looked at each other, they saw the helpless and bitter smiles on each other's faces. Greetings, Yi Tiandi. All the orthodoxies bowed and paid their respects. Not a single immortal dared to show any dissatisfaction because Yi Xian's power was already established. Today was the day he ascended to the position of celestial emperor. No one dared to do anything that crossed the line. Everyone, please rise. Yi Xian spoke calmly. However, his voice reverberated throughout the 100,000 miles long observatory, directly suppressing the sound of the tsunami. It also caused the heaven and earth to suddenly fall silent. The grand heavenly worship ceremony begins. Venus Taibai held the golden paper in her hand and began to read the prayer to the heavens. The immortals listened in silence. Apart from Venus Taibai's impassioned reading of the document, not a single sound came from the 100,000 miles long observatory. The so-called prayer to the heavens was actually a pretense. It was also a pretentious process. It was nothing more than some useless nonsense, and in the end, Yi Xian would inherit the position of celestial emperor in accordance with the will of the heavenly Tao. Venus Taibai put away the document and bowed to Yi Xian. Celestial Emperor, please kowtow to the heavens and officially ascend to the position of celestial emperor. Yi Xian frowned when he heard Venus Taibai's words. He didn't know that to ascend to the position of celestial emperor, one had to kowtow to the heavens. Chapter 489. Perhaps sensing Yi Xian's dissatisfaction, Venus Taibai paled and hurriedly sent a telepathic message, Celestial Emperor, you may not know this, but to ascend to the throne, you must first kowtow to the heavens. This is also the meaning of assigning one's life to the heavens, an essential step. Unfortunately, Taibai Jinxing's words didn't move Yi Xian at all, and the various great orthodoxies watched in amazement. They didn't know why Yi Xian still hadn't kowtowed to the heavens and ascended to the position of heavenly emperor. I am the Lord of the 3 realms, and the celestial emperor. I am the heavens, and the heavens are me. Why should I kowtow to myself? Yi Xian spoke calmly, but when the immortals of the orthodoxies heard his words, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Yi Xian with horror. How dare Yi Xian compare himself to the heavens? The same thought rose in everyone's mind. They did not expect Yi Tiandi to be so audacious. After all, only Tao ancestor Hongjun could represent the will of the heavenly Tao in the three realms. Yi Xian comparing himself to the heavens was extremely arrogant. Unfortunately, even though the orthodoxies were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show it. After all, Yi Xian's power was already established. Anyone who dared to refute Yi Xian's words would be courting death. Rumble. The heavens trembled and ripples spread. Just as the immortals were feeling conflicted, Yi Xian stepped into the sky and walked slowly towards the celestial emperor's throne. All was silent, and the heavens and earth were silent. The immortals looked up, and the orthodoxies were deathly silent. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian finally sat on the celestial emperor's throne, looking down at the immortals from the boundless heavens. I am the celestial emperor, and the three realms bow to me. Yi Xian sat high on the celestial emperor's throne. His celestial immortal light rippled in all directions, and his celestial emperor's Tao voice reverberated in the sky observatory. What did Yi Tiandi say? Perfected Tai's face trembled. He could not believe his ears. He said that he wants us to bow our heads. Then doesn't that mean that he wants us to kneel down and kowtow to him? King Qingguang of the Yama underworld said gloomily. All the orthodoxies were in an uproar. The immortals were in a heated discussion. Clearly, they had already given Yi Xian enough respect by coming to the celestial court to observe the ascension of the celestial monarch. But now, Yi Xian actually asked them to kneel. This was too much. The orthodoxies could not be blamed for being angry. When the Jade Emperor ascended the throne, the orthodoxies only bowed symbolically as a form of respect for the Lord of the Three Realms. Today, Yi Xian wanted them to kneel before him. This was simply impossible. This was already a great humiliation to them. The ordinary immortals were still fine, but the Daluo Jingxian of the orthodoxies were all extraordinary people. If they really kneeled before Yi Xian today, wouldn't they lose all their face if word got out? Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Shen Gongbao's eyes turned. He was the first to kneel down and kowtow to Yi Xian. The Golden Spirit Saintess and the others looked at each other, then all knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Xian. The immortals of the Jia sect naturally followed closely behind. The Jia sect's kneeling and kowtowing clearly represented their submission to Yi Xian. As for the sky-devouring toad and the 10 great demon kings, needless to say, they had already knelt down long ago. This was because Yi Xian was their big brother. Back then, when Yi Xian transformed into Kongli, they had knelt down many times. The demon kings of the 72 grottos of Mount Huagua and the heavenly Peng King led the group of demons to kowtow. Although the demons who came to the celestial court to seek refuge with Yi Xian were slightly hesitant, their expressions changed when they saw Yi Xian's malicious eyes. They hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Xian. As if there was a chain effect, a large number of demons and immortals knelt on the ground and shouted Yi Tiandi's name. Those who did not kneel on the ground were also very obvious, causing Yi Xian to look at them. The 10 kings of hell, the lineage of the Chan sect, the spirit mountain of the west. Only these 3 orthodoxies remained motionless on the heavenly observation platform. The 10 kings of hell were in charge of the Yama underworld. They were also the underworld forces of the 3 realms. Although they were nominally under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Emperor, the true rulers were the 5 Ghost Emperors. The 5 Ghost Emperors were also known as the 5 Emperors of the underworld. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were in charge of the 5 cardinal directions of the Yama underworld. They were the true rulers of the Yama underworld. The central Ghost Emperor was known as the Emperor of Fengdu. He was also the highest ruler of the Yama underworld. The only one who was on equal footing with the Emperor of Fengdu was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Although the Yama underworld did not reveal its true strength, its strength was extraordinary. Just the 10 kings of hell were at the level of Daluo Jingxian, not to mention the 5 Ghost Emperors. Moreover, the strength of the Yama underworld was extremely mysterious. It was not as simple as the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 kings of hell. There was no need to describe them one by one here. The Yama kings of the 10 halls had ugly expressions on their faces. It was obvious that Yi Xian's request was too unreasonable and they couldn't accept it. However, as time passed, the expressions of the Yama kings of the 10 halls changed slightly, as if someone was sending them a sound transmission. This also caused the Yama kings of the 10 halls to look at each other, and then under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Yama kings of the 10 halls knelt down just like that. It seems that the Chanism and Spirited Mountain are not convinced by me, the new celestial emperor. Rumble. The sky collapsed and golden light rumbled. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He pressed his fingers on the celestial emperor's throne. An earth-shattering murderous intent filled the air. He looked at the 2 orthodoxies with an extremely sinister look. Ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. A spot of green light distorted space and quietly appeared in the void. As the light dissipated, an azure-robed Taoist appeared. This also made the Chan sect's lineage excited. Greetings, senior brother Yun Zhongzi. Tai Zhenren bowed, followed by the other immortals of the Chanism. Their faces were brimming with excitement. Clearly, the newcomer was a powerhouse of the Chanism. Yun Zhongzi was a figure of the second watershed of Grand Luo. He was also Yuanshi Tianzuan's disciple. Apart from the immortal hermit of the South Pole, who was the third watershed, Yun Zhongzi was one of the strongest in the Chanism. Yi Tiandi, we of the Chanism are disciples of the saints. We only kneel to the saints and not the celestial emperors. Please understand, Yi Tiandi. Yun Zhongzi was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Xian. This was also indirectly telling Yi Xian that they were all disciples of Yuanshi Tianzuan. If he forced them to kneel, it would be a slap to Yuanshi Tianzuan's face. Disciple of the saints. In the sky, on the heavenly emperor's throne, Yi Xian muttered to himself. He raised his head to look at Yun Zhongzi, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. All the lands in the world belong to the king, and all the lands are the king's subjects. I am the common lord of the 3 realms, and all living beings submit to my will. Even if the people of Chan school are disciples of the saints, it is a great crime to be disrespectful to me. A great crime. You should be punished. Rumble. The firmament shook and the void exploded. Yi Xian spoke in a sinister voice. When he struck out with his palm, the winds and clouds in the area were rolling. The exploding spacetime crack was terrifying and frightening. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.